guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a long-term deal on Greenland is infinite, giving the U.S. control over mineral rights and the Golden Dome defense system.
Forever. It'll be forever.
While speaking with CNBC, Trump said the framework was reached with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and is designed to secure Greenland before Russia or China can move in. The strategic Danish territory sits between the U.S. and Europe. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments
on whether states have the right to ban guns for private property, which is open to the public. At the center of today's case is a Hawaii law which does just that, unless a gun owner has specific permission from the property owner. Similar laws are in effect for California, Maryland, New York, and New Jersey. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A federal judge in Portland, Oregon, has denied bail for 34-year-old Luis Nino Moncada, accused of driving towards Customs and Border Protection agents. Prosecutors say he nearly struck multiple agents before one fired, wounding him and a female passenger who faces immigration-related charges. Defense claims there's no evidence that shows intent to do harm. State lawmakers in Alaska are asking questions after the Trump administration ordered hundreds of soldiers to prepare to deploy to Minnesota to help with immigration enforcement.
The Alaska Joint Armed Services Committee is currently drafting a letter to the 11th Airborne Division seeking clarification on the order. The Pentagon ordered 1,500 active duty soldiers from Alaska to prepare to deploy to Minnesota to help with immigration enforcement efforts late last week. The order came roughly a week after an immigration agent in Minnesota shot and killed Renee Good during an enforcement operation sparking protests. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Without further ado, let's get this show on the road. What do you say? Welcome in, welcome aboard as we close out another day. Ready or not, Thursday comes our way. Time zone to time zone, turn the page. 22nd day of January. All right, so you made it through hump day, right? Obviously, everybody getting ready for the big storm. It's amazing how currently this system is actually still off the West Coast, over the eastern Pacific. The hurricane hunters actually did their reconnaissance mission around that system here several hours ago. They dropped some 24, what do they call them, drop zones? Yeah, measuring atmospheric pressure and things of that nature that they're going to feed into all the weather models. Yeah, trying to get a better handle on just how significant this thing's going to be. Meanwhile, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. What's going on outside the secret bunker tonight? It's actually rather calm, the calm before the storm. We've warmed up a few degrees, as a matter of fact. Things begin going downhill over the coming days. And I'll tell you, these models are all over the charts. Now, one of our local forecasters made a valid point this past evening. He said for all these forecasters trying to actually pinpoint accumulation numbers 3 and 4 days out, he said it's like driving down the road with your hands over your eyes. What could go wrong? That's why, 24 hours ago, areas that maybe have seen predictions of 2 to 4 inches. Now some are saying, it could be 20 to 24 inches. Most of the reliable forecasters will tell you they're not putting out any hard numbers yet until, at best, 24 to 48 hours out, you can get a handle on what's actually going to be transpiring. But what we do know, it is going to be a significant storm. What the track is going to be, how far to the south will the ice, how far to the north will see the snow, the accumulation numbers. We can tell you it's going to be a high-impact storm for sure. There's going to be lots of snow. There's going to be lots of ice. Several dozen states will be impacted, stretching from Texas to the Carolinas, right up the eastern seaboard, Friday through the weekend. Maybe by later today, some of the forecasters will have a better handle with some of the final model runs as this system actually comes ashore in the west and begins to unfold. Now, the amount, the extent of snow could indeed, and will in some cases, cut power and disrupt travel for days. Potentially hundreds of thousands of people may go without electricity and heat for days. So much snow and sleet may occur that roads become clogged in areas that do not really have the equipment to handle even a light snow in parts of the South, let alone inches from Texas and Oklahoma through the Mississippi Valley. Schools, child care centers likely to be closed for days. Now, in those areas where that thick glaze of ice forms, scores of trees and power lines will come down. Removing the ice from the streets, the highways, the parking lots is going to be very difficult, especially where you don't have a lot of ice melting supplies. Utility crews likely to be overwhelmed by the scope of this storm. Some highways, secondary roads, impassable for days across large portions of Texas and Oklahoma. Some of the heavily populated areas, Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia. And, of course, after the storm, when the deep freeze really settles in, temperatures dropping into the 20s, teens, single digits, even in portions of the South, where pipes could burst, additional property damage could occur there. Temperatures are forecast to drop below freezing, 32, for some 48 to 60 consecutive hours in Dallas, Texas. Does not appear this cold wave is going to be quite as long-lasting as that historic, deadly February of 2021 cold outbreak. But this one is going to coincide with a major snow and ice storm. Some areas in the southern part of the country may see some of your worst snow or ice that you've seen in a number of years. In portions of the Northeast, this could end up being one of the biggest storms of the winter so far. There's going to be a swath of heavy shoveling, plowing snow that's going to start all the way back in northeastern New Mexico, northwestern Texas, sweeping through Kansas and northern Oklahoma, eventually reaching all the way into the northeast corridor, New Jersey, New York, central and southern New England. So we've been telling you major metro areas from Dallas to Oklahoma City. Nashville will be under the crosshairs. Atlanta, Charlotte, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia. Some locations on the colder side could see 6 to 12 plus inches of snow. More than 2 feet may pile up in parts of northwestern Virginia, parts of West Virginia, the western Maryland mountains. AccuWeather said there could be some totals possibly approaching 30 inches with this system. So obviously, it's going to be a tough go. Right now, it's the calm before the storm. There's a little bit of rain in the southeastern portions of the country tonight. Not enough cold air in place by any means yet, but you've got some light rain extending from northeast Louisiana right through the central portions of Mississippi. Some rains over into western Alabama, scattered showers, then through northern Alabama and up into parts of northern Georgia tonight. Has nothing to do with the major storm that will be unfolding here in the coming days. Another thing that you do not very often see is winter storm watches and things of that nature being issued so far in advance of a system. We actually had our first storm watches in place some 24 hours ago. Those winter storm watches now encompass from central New Mexico all the way to Virginia, North Carolina, West Virginia, all points in between. Winter storm warnings have actually already been hoisted right up into the central portions of Oklahoma and northern portions of Texas. It's so it is indeed the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, who we got on board out of the box here? Check it in. Andrew, morning, Steve, on the way to Texas, 39 degrees. Trying to get back to Yadkinville. All right, get that stuff done before the storm arrives. Under the trucking industry headlines, freight waves, pretty much everything is in regards to what the impacts may be when it comes to moving freight around the country with this storm. What happens in the event that the Big D of Dallas gets iced in, a major transportation hub for freight movement around the country? Well, we'll share that all with you coming up here. Hello to Deborah. Howdy, Steve. Get you some Hot Shot Secret. I got some Hot Shot Secret for my DEF. All right. Good morning, Jason, here in Parkman, Ohio, 33 degrees at this hour. All right, partly cloudy skies. Got a load of alfalfa on my way to Middlefield for a morning delivery. Gilligan, hello, Steve. What's going on? Fellow listeners, cloudy, but it's dry at this hour in Radford, Virginia, 37 degrees. All right, keep it shiny side up, drivers. James went to the grocery store here in Woodstock, Georgia today. No bread to be found. Cashier told us there were customers buying 4 and 5 loaves of bread and 3 gallons of milk. Stocking up. It's so I guess it's what, peanut butter sandwiches and milk for several days in the South. That's what I've seen some of the photographs, social media coming in from Texas to Tennessee. There was a Costco in the Knoxville area. You'd think it was Armageddon about to unfold. The number of people just loading up, stocking up. Lauren Weeks, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 41 degrees atop of Black Mountain, North Carolina. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed west at a high rate of speed. We just dominated all the trucks on the hill. It's a bug deal when you're loaded like a freight train and you pass everybody going uphill without dropping a gear. That's the kind of power that makes politicians drool. Hey, how about a special Tar Heel shout-out to the Grump tonight? All right, let's see who we got. It's going to be a storm. Gonna be a storm. Stay safe down in Georgia there, James. Marianne is in the house. Good to have you with us. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. You've warmed up a bit as well, 45 degrees, a little on and off light rain. Just a precursor of things to come. Went to the stepson's new house, got the delivery, some of the appliances. Took a nap and loading later today, about 7 p.m. downtown Atlanta. We'll direct to the shipper about 35 miles away. Looks like Friday I'll finish up prepping for the storm. Make sure all the flashlights are good to go. I've already had my driver pick up a couple bags of ice melt. Wildcat heading back from Nashville Friday morning, so shouldn't have any problems except maybe a little rain at that point. Get to the home 20, right, before it all goes downhill. There's Eskimo Mom. Getting your week started, are you? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Friday Eve. Yeah, it's Thirsty Thursday. About 11 days till Punxsutawney Phil gives us his prognostication. How much winter we have left. Hey, good news. 57 days till spring, right? Started off with the Columbus drop tonight. Drop and hook. Come back to grab a Lexington, Kentucky load. if you are preparing for this storm, please be smart. Have enough supplies on hand for maybe 3 to 5 days. Don't hoard so many supplies like toilet paper you brought for the upcoming storm, because Christmas gifts later this week, later this year, right? That's the kind of thing. People, toilet paper. Hey, we better have 48 rolls to get through this 3 or 4 days, right? All right, 35 degrees, Tip City, Ohio at this hour. Be safe. There are some slick spots developing in areas that have not yet melted fully or dried out at this point in time. All right. 844-844-3388 underway. Here we go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello to Big Ed. Check it in. Ed, you are 100% correct. Little public service announcement. Ed says, attention, all you pot-bellied studs out there. Don't get out there with the shovel in your driveway. I've lost a couple of friends who did that. It's a heart attack waiting to happen. Yes, indeed. Let the young people do it. This will be an opportunity for some of the kids to get a shovel and make a few bucks, right? All right. Hello to Bob in Michigan checking in. Pappy says, Ed, who you calling pot bellies? It's more like beer bellies, right? Sheesh. Freight waves. Top story. As this potent winter storm barrels toward the central and eastern U.S., freight carriers, shippers, supply chain managers are bracing for widespread disruptions, with the forecast models from the National Weather Service indicating heavy snow, sleet, freezing rain impacting more than 30 states, from the southern plains through the Mid-South, the Mid-Atlantic into the Northeast. This clash of Arctic air and Gulf moisture could paralyze some of our key transportation corridors, repeating recent weather extremes that have already tightened capacity and inflated spot rates in the freight market. In recent years, repeated nor'easters in New England, widespread ice storms in Texas have kind of distorted trucking capacity and shipping schedules. This storm's projected path threatens critical infrastructure, some major interstates, I-20, I-85, corridors that are vital for automotive and pharmaceutical supply chains. Freezing rain could bring down trees, power lines, road closures, halting trucking operations, and extending transit times by a good 24 to 48 hours or more. Now, in the Mid-South and the South, ice on rivers like the Mississippi and Illinois may slow down barge traffic, compounding delays for grain and bulk commodities that are already affected by earlier winter events. Rail lines, particularly BNSF's routes in the Northwest and Midwest, are facing risks from flooding and snow, potentially disrupting some of the intermodal freight to the export terminals. Airports, hubs at some of the major cities, Atlanta, Dallas, Fort Worth, Charlotte, Memphis, Houston, are all in the risk for ground stops and de-icing delays. These hubs, home to Delta, American, FedEx, handle a disproportionate amount of domestic cargo and passenger traffic, obviously. Some of the knock-on effects could ripple nationwide as aircraft rotations falter, leading to canceled flights, stranded crews for online commerce and time-sensitive parcels. This means potential backups at sorting facilities. Retailers, manufacturers, suppliers will feel the brunt at their facilities in states like Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Virginia. Now, heavy ice could cause power outages, structural damage, forcing temporary closures of some warehouses, distribution centers, and manufacturing giants. Automotive suppliers in the Southeast and electronics manufacturers may halt production lines due to inaccessible roads and labor shortages as employees navigate these hazardous commutes. Just-in-time delivery and inventory models that are so prevalent at some of the retail giants like Walmart and Amazon are particularly vulnerable. Stockouts could lead to empty shelves for essentials like groceries and winter gear, which could trigger some panic buying, further straining local supply chains. Agricultural sectors already reeling from prior storms will face amplified risks. Delayed grain shipments could spike basis levels and affect some of the food processing plants. Freight markets are already volatile, with last December's cold snaps pinching capacity, pushing truckload spot rates up 10% year over year. So big-time impacts. Broader supply chain implications are dire as extreme weather ranks second only to geopolitics in global risks for the year ahead. To mitigate disruptions to shipper supply chains, experts recommend real-time tracking, diversified routing, buffer inventory. It's just, not much time left to make plans and preparations, right? For folks in Oklahoma, portions of Texas, your prep time is very, very limited. I've like I said, these models all over the place. 2 inches, 18 inches. What's the difference? Snow. Somewhere in between. I guess that's what we'll see. Then the Arctic blast that follows will also have a profound impact on the movement of freight. These cold snaps impact your truck operations. Diesel battery life dramatically, 60% of the battery life sucked out by some of these bitterly cold temperatures. How do we prepare for that? And, of course, we'll see what's on your mind. We'll get to the calls coming up following the news break here as we get the new day underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a long-term deal on Greenland is infinite, giving the U.S. control over mineral rights and the Golden Dome defense system.
It'll be forever.
While speaking with CNBC, Trump said the framework was reached with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and is designed to secure Greenland before Russia or China can move in. A federal judge in Portland, Oregon, has denied bail for 34-year-old Luis Nino Moncada, accused of driving towards Custom and Border Protection agents. Prosecutors say he nearly struck multiple agents before one fired, wounding him and a female passenger who faces immigration-related charges. Defense claims there's no evidence that shows intent to do harm. Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, up and running here as we close out a Wednesday. Start looking toward the weekend, which we may find ourselves just kind of socked in. Josh, what's going on out there?
Hey, Steve, good morning. Getting back from Orlando, from going from 65 degrees down to 31 as I get close to the home 20. It was 36 degrees in Columbus, and we had a winterly mix there at the airport as I was leaving. So, not real great roads right now. Way home for the evening.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, somebody else had sent me a message about some slick roads out there. I'm not sure exactly where it was. Somewhere in Ohio, but...
Yeah, I'm just north of the headquarters, and we got about an inch of snow on the road, and we hit below freezing. So it's definitely going to be an interesting commute in tomorrow morning once again.
Okay, I guess that's part of that little clipper storm ahead of the big storm. So if you've been following these models, I mean, you might get an inch, you might get a foot, you might get 2 feet. I mean, they're all over the place.
Absolutely right. Yeah, like you said earlier, it's too early to tell, but yes, there's going to be a substantial amount of snow, I think, in a lot of parts of the country. But, I just thought I'd call in since I was driving home, and, last time I was on, we talked about the Tick Fix item that's officially released. So anyone was looking to get that, head to the website and grab that product. It's been selling very well, but also a lot of results we've already been hearing on that product as well. So very happy about the results on that.
All right. Successfully doing what it was intended to do, right?
Absolutely. And, hear a couple here and there, it doesn't fix it. And we know that because, some things are mechanically too far gone. We're not going to restore metal on cams and stuff like that. But if it's something that we can help clean and lubricate better, by all means, it's a great product to do that.
Hey, can you express to the drivers how seriously significant it is to be treating your fuel right now? We've got, don't often see these, what they call extreme cold warnings. Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota, extreme cold watches extending all the way down through Iowa. They're talking 40 to 60 below wind chills in those areas here in the next several days. If your fuel gels up, and you find yourself stranded out there in those kind of temperatures, if your truck's not running, you don't have heat, right?
Absolutely. Most of the guys don't have heat the way they're made, and so it's really, really important for not only to keep you run down the road, but for your safety as well. To, right now is the time to be starting doping the tanks with the anti-gel. So, EDT Plus Winter Defense is available pretty much anywhere. From Pilot has it as far as truck stops, most Walmarts, O'Reilly, Tractor Supply, AutoZone, Advance Auto, all those guys all have it. Get it now before they run off on the shelves. We keep making it daily, shipping it out daily, but these retailers only keep so much in stock. So buy it now. Like they said, don't hoard it, but make sure you got enough that you're going to make it through the storm, because I can't guarantee it's going to be on the shelf come the middle of the storm.
Absolutely, and that's the key there. I mean, for a lot of these guys that really just maybe run east and west through much of the southern tier of the country, they don't often have to worry about treating fuel, but they're talking below zero temperatures reaching, well into like Oklahoma, Arkansas here coming up this weekend.
Yeah, and a lot of the truck stops carry limited to no anti-gel south of 40 is kind of where we've always been told the cutoff line is.
Is that right? Wow.
So, if you're heading south, by all means, please grab it in the north to make sure you have it. We do what we can do as far as shipping things out when they request it, but a lot of times, by the time they're thinking about actually doing something, it's too late for you. So, now's a time to, like I said, buy it now before the storm actually hits. That way you're prepared. You have to treat the fuel before it starts to cloud up. So that means as soon as you fill up the tank, make sure it's in there already. That way the fuel doesn't have a chance to get cold. The other thing you can do to your advantage is keeping the additive warm as well. By it being at a warmer temp gives it a little head start as far as preventing gelling as well.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting few days coming our way here, Josh.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I would also recommend that those that don't have a bottle of emergency product, whether it be the red bottle, the 911, or we have our diesel winter rescue, get out there and buy a bottle or two and have it inside your cab. That's the most important thing you can have in your cab in case you get gelled up. You get heat going again, hopefully get the engine running and you're off and running again. But that's the diesel winter rescue is available nationwide now at Tractor Supply. There are obviously going to be a very limited number of bottles available, and Advanced Auto Parts as well. So if you got one of those two things near you, you're running by, get in there and grab it. Here in the next day or two.
Okay. So what we have going on in Orlando? Were we down there at Mickey Mouse World? Obviously, you were on business.
I was right next to Mickey Mouse World. I didn't have the family with me, but there was a show, an RV and Marine show that we went to, representing, not only Hot Shots, but the Stay-Bill and the 303 brands as well.
Interesting. All right. Well, hey, it's great to hear
it
from you,
was
Josh.
a dealer show, so got to interact with some RV and Marine dealers.
Yeah, it won't be long. We'll be heading to Louisville, Josh. I mean, I got the notification. Casey's got our hotel reservations made already. I mean, can you believe that's almost here?
I can't believe it's almost here, and actually, we're even closer to going to Louisville as far as the National Farm Machinery Show as well. So that's our next big event, you might say. As far as a really big booth and so forth. But this weekend, Matt and a couple other people are down in Ocala, Florida for a tractor pull down there. So I flew in. He flies out, I believe, tomorrow, going down there and going to have a booth down there at the tractor pull down there with Pro Pulling League. And then Valentine's Day week there, starting Wednesday through Saturday is the National Farm Machinery Show and Tractor Championship Tractor Pull down in Louisville at the same place as the Mid-America Truck Show.
I've always heard that's a major event. Never been there, but I hear it's big.
It's just as big as the truck show as far as taking up space and all that. Actually, larger as far as footprint and attendance, I believe, is pretty close to the same. It's a very major event for the city and convention center there.
Absolutely. All righty. Well, safe travels to the home 20, and get ready to find a way to stay warm this weekend. It's going to get. I think we're sub-zero here coming up over the weekend and into next week.
I believe we're the same here. So, yep, getting ready to do that, doing a lot of prep over the next couple of days just to make sure everything's as it should be.
Right. All right. Well, good to hear from you, Josh. Thanks for checking in.
You too, Steve.
Updates, Hot Shot Secret. Yep, treat that fuel. With this cold snap, back to the impacts on automobiles and your big trucks. The cold snap that's going to be trailing behind this winter storm, threatening to disrupt trucking operations nationwide from engine failures to surge in demand for specialized equipment and insulated trailers. Diesel engines are particularly vulnerable, they say, to the extreme cold. At temperatures below 15 degrees, obviously, you're dealing with the gelling, the paraffin wax crystallizing, clogging the fuel lines, filters, injectors. You may be stalled, broke down on the side of the road. Batteries lose up to 60% of their efficiency when you get in sub-zero conditions, which makes starting your vehicle much more difficult. The thickened engine oil increases internal resistance, which delays lubrication and accelerates the wear on your bearings and your cylinders. Water in fuel freezes into ice crystals, acting like abrasive particles that damage systems. In minus 10 to minus 30 degree ranges, engines may fail to warm properly even after starting. Idling does not reach optimal operating temperatures. That risks deposit buildup, some potential long-term damage. Carriers often resort to block heaters or obviously anti-gel additives and winter-blended fuel. But widespread cold could actually strand fleets, inflate repair costs, delaying deliveries by hours or days. Now, the massive geographic extent of the freeze that's coming from the plains all the way to the East Coast will spike demand for insulated and temperature-controlled trailers under the Protect from Freeze protocols. Goods that have freezing points at or below 32 degrees, like beverages, chemicals, paints, perishables, all require safeguards to prevent damage. Carriers offer the PFF, Protect from Freeze services, using heated trailers, reefers set above freezing, pallet covers, cargo blankets, expedited routes through heated terminals. But with over 30 states affected, shippers have to label bills of lading Protect from Freeze. But limited reefer availability could drive rates up 10 to 20%, with the competition from the food, the pharmaceutical sectors. That surge exacerbates capacity crunches as standard dry vans offer insufficient insulation, forcing reroutes or holds that may ripple through the supply chains. There's so much more to this, what moving the freight around the country than many people realize. Now, beyond the engine and the trailers, cold disrupts operations in a number of ways. Tire pressure drops, reducing traction, even on dry roads, increasing the risk of a blowout. Brakes and hydraulics can actually freeze. Batteries drain faster, leading to more breakdowns. Drivers face health hazards, obviously, from prolonged exposure, necessitating longer warm-up stops and reducing hours of service compliance. The liquid hulls will thicken, slowing the loading and unloading, and extreme wind chills will amplify engine strain. All these will compound delays, increase fuel consumption, and strain logistics, potentially costing the industry millions of dollars in lost productivity here. Widespread impacts. Who we got? We'll get to Snuffy and Granny coming up. Big Ed's on the line, the right-wing nut, and room for you at 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Hello to Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 49 degrees. Got Orlando turnaround number 2. Going to be interesting if we'll be able to run Orlando next week. We shall see. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 48 degrees here in Elk Grove, California. How about our disgraceful Governor Newsom? He should be back in Sacramento working on the third world state of California. he got shut down. He was over there at the big forum, Davos, Switzerland. He was supposed to speak at some sort of some event there, and I guess what the State Department has said kind of shut him down. Didn't let him speak. Took him off the speaker schedule. Poor Gavin. Let's see. What's going on? Granny, Snuffy, who we got?
Good morning, Steve.
Hey, Granny.
I'm home recuperating now.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. And I'm still doing my physical therapy, but I'm doing it here at the house. I don't have to have anybody come in and do anything for me.
Well, that's good.
Other than our daughter. She's staying here with me. Snuffy's on his way to Lexington, Kentucky.
So he running solo right now, huh?
No, he's got to go down there for a doctor's appointment.
Oh, okay. So he's
from when he had that kidney infection and stuff back in the summer.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, we're doing good here at the house.
So, you ready for Snowmageddon this weekend? You think you're going to get anything out of this?
Well, I'll put it this way. I ain't venturing outside this weekend.
Right? Just hunker down, stay warm at the home 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Snuffy should be back Friday morning from down there.
Okay.
Yeah, he had to go to Lexington, then he had to go to Richmond to go grab our mail from the P.O. box down there.
That's a lot of driving to get the mail.
Yeah, but from Lexington down to Richmond, it's only like 20 to 25 miles.
Okay.
We haven't had our mail since the 15th of December. So I imagine we got quite a bit.
I'd venture to say, yeah, a lot of junk mail piled up in there. You'll have to sort through. Wow.
Yeah. But we want to give a shout out to Snuffy and tell him to be safe, be careful. And we'll talk to him later.
Well, get well soon there. I know the recuperation time going to be off the road still for a bit longer, but all right, thanks for the update there. Granny, Snuffy, drive safe. Get home safe. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Yeah, it's wintertime. It happens, right? Yeah, you get a snowstorm. It gets cold. Other industry headlines as we wind down hour number 1. They're not messing around in Oklahoma when it comes to we know the English proficiency, the non-domiciled CDLs. Yeah, lawmakers in Oklahoma are zeroing in on truck safety. Yeah, a slate of bills targeting truck drivers who are not U.S. citizens. Of course, we've followed in recent months the DOT taking several steps to address concerns about illegal non-domiciled CDLs. About a year ago, Oklahoma actually changed their law To address concerns about non-domiciled CDLs, Senator Kendall Sacheri said the 2025 law helps make Oklahoma highways safer and supports hardworking American truck drivers. Now, the law makes sure only drivers who meet strict rules can drive commercial vehicles in the state. Drivers have to prove they are U.S. citizens or have a valid work visa. They must be able to speak and understand English. Truck drivers must be able to talk to the public, read traffic signs, answer questions, fill out required reports. Drivers with non-domiciled CDLs must have valid work visas and show proof of citizenship, which could include a birth certificate, naturalization papers, or a passport. The law, Oklahoma specific, also bans drivers with B1, B2, or B12 visitor visas from driving commercial vehicles. That same lawmaker now taking another look at the issue this year. She said there's now a better understanding of widespread fraud involving these non-domiciled CDLs. Her bill, Senate Bill 1222, goes even further than last year's law. Under this bill, non-domiciled truck drivers would no longer be allowed to drive in Oklahoma. Anyone with a non-domiciled CDL or commercial learner's permit would be banned from operating. The rule would also apply to drivers who are licensed in other states. Now, trucking companies whose drivers break the rule could face fines of up to $10,000. Yeah, that would be up from $3,000. She said, we have to protect our trucking industry in Oklahoma's. Now, there's another Senate bill that would focus on non-domiciled truckers as well. Just like her bill, Senate Bill 1628 would ban anyone with a non-domiciled CDL or learner's permit from driving in the state. Now, the main difference is that this bill would allow drivers who got their licenses or permits before the law takes effect to keep using them until they expire anyway. There's a separate Senate bill that looks at citizenship rules for CDLs. 1243 would require all truck drivers in Oklahoma to be U.S. citizens or legally allowed to be in the country. Before giving a license, the state would check each applicant's legal status. If the state cannot confirm that status, they must tell the applicant. Drivers who are not U.S. citizens must provide proof that they're legally in the country. Newly issued IDs would also include a marker. The marker would show whether the driver is a U.S. citizen or legally present non-citizen. There's a bit more. There's one House bill that actually focuses on commercial vehicles driven by people who are in the country illegally. House Bill 3563 would require police to arrest any truck driver who's not legally allowed to be in the U.S. Officers would also have to turn the driver over to federal immigration officials. So there you go. The truck owner could also be required to pay a $50,000 fine for authorizing someone to drive in the state. Oklahoma not messing around. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Yeah, the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in the Golden Dome. And they're going to be involved in mineral rights, and so are we.
President Trump says the framework for a long-term deal on Greenland is now in place. While speaking with CNBC, he says the U.S. and European allies will cooperate on the Golden Dome defense system as well as mineral rights.
Forever. It'll be forever.
Trump stresses Greenland's strategic value between the U.S. and Europe and the need to act before Russia or China tries to move in. The FCC is clarifying rules on political candidates appearing on talk shows. Its equal time rule still applies, but no new regulations have been adopted, meaning shows like The View remain exempt as news programming. Broadcasters are urged not to shy away from critical coverage out of fear of retaliation. At the World Economic Forum in Davos, tech ethicist Tristan Harris is calling for a people-first approach in Silicon Valley.
So now all these companies were instead trying to improve the health of society rather than the other way around.
Harris told the Mostly Human podcast he'd like online platforms to show agreement instead of division, and challenged tech companies to sell only products their own children use for 8 hours a day. Pending home sales plunged last month.
According to the National Association of Realtors survey, pending sales of existing homes fell 9.3% across the U.S. between November and December. Sales are down to their lowest point in 5 months. Economists say rising home prices and fewer listings offset lower interest rates. I'm at Mattinson.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The nursing director at an Arkansas retirement home in Batesville has been accused of stealing a patient's prescription pills.
Carla Shaw pled not guilty to drug charges. The 51-year-old was fired from her job at the Springs of Batesville nursing home. The administration found medication, including oxycodone and morphine, were unaccounted for. The arrest report shows Shaw admitted she's addicted to pain pills, which she was popping at work. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The man shot in the leg by an ICE agent in North Minneapolis this last week, appeared in federal court today. Prosecutors allege Julio Cesar Souza Celis and another man resisted arrest and assaulted an officer before the agent fired. Defense testimony and evidence have conflicted with that account. A judge granted conditional release for both men, although that decision was temporarily stayed. Former Uvalde school officer Adrian Gonzalez has been found not guilty of failing to protect students during the 2022 Robb Elementary School shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers.
In each of the 29 counts, we, the jury, find the defendant, Adrian Gonzalez, not guilty.
That verdict followed 7 hours of jury deliberations after a 2-week trial which examined the actions of Gonzalez, including whether he delayed entering the classroom before the shooter was stopped.
I've been praying for them. We pray for them. Sorry that they feel that way. We understand that their separation from their loved one is going to be felt as long as they walk on this earth, and we don't ignore that. We acknowledge that.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard. A new hour comes our way as we make our way into a new day. Here we go. 22nd day of January. Yes, indeed. I like to call it Friday Eve. Makes it feel like you're closer to the weekend, right? So, Texas bracing for the most significant winter storm of the season. Plunging temperatures from millions not really accustomed to dangerous cold, putting the Texas power grid to the test from winter weather for essentially the first time since that deadly freeze back in 21. For the South, the coldest air and an ice storm arriving this weekend. North Dallas could drop to about 23 Sunday. The deep freeze combined with the ice and maybe some snow could lead to long-lasting power outages. Unlike most of the country, Texas operates largely on its own power grid. Most of the state serviced by the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, or ERCOT for short. Now, because the Lone Star State is not fully connected to the major U.S. interconnections, they cannot easily pull electricity from other states when demand spikes or equipment fails. They tell us ERCOT will continue to deploy all available resources to manage the grid reliably and coordinate with the Public Utility Commission as well as generation providers and transmission utilities. AccuWeather says the cold wave not going to be as long-lasting as what we saw back in 2021, but there very well maybe a strain on the grid. I guess, secondly, it's going to coincide with the major snow and ice storm across much of northern Texas, including the Dallas Metroplex. The combination of cold air, ice, is probably going to be the biggest test on the grid since 21. Grid resiliency and winterization improvements made since then will be put to the test. There's a significant aggravating factor that they were dealing with in February of 21, and that was the freeze-up of some key energy assets due to the snow, sleet, and freezing rain that occurred. If you don't recall, during that freeze, more than 5.5 million customers in Texas lost power during the peak impact of that storm. Temperatures were below freezing for about 139 consecutive hours during that particular event. Under the current forecast, temperatures in Dallas may be below freezing for up to 80 hours during this upcoming event. If the Arctic air presses any further south or lingers a bit longer than expected, the duration of sub-freezing temperatures may actually increase, which would put additional strain on the grid there. Everybody making preparations, though, right? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst, as they say. Hello to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right. Right-wing nut, yeah. Yeah, we were just over there going through Cheney, Wyoming. It was, what'd you say? Cheyenne. Oh, okay. Sorry, folks. Cheyenne,
Wyoming, yes.
Where it was, my co-driver was letting me know about that. It was calm and 20 and not really clear, but not really cloudy. I don't know what you call that. Partly, mostly, somewhat. Whatever. Yeah. So we're cruising on down, just waiting for the deep freeze to hit us. So, anyways, one brother left nut dangling, the one that married that Oriental girl. Yeah, he just had to say hello. So, hello.
Again? Oh, okay, yeah. Good to hear from him, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be damned if you were right on the money there with my other brother. I found out I went to 46 and me. I was 46 and you. And I'll be damned if the Charlie Farquharson impersonator, excuse me. I tell you what, these cigars, it's hard to get off of, but when you got that clamoring for a good smoke. And I ain't had one yet, so nice adult beverage will get that tar out of my throat.
Yeah.
But anyways, that 46 and you come back and said the Charlie Farquharson impersonator is actually my brother. We just have different fathers and different mothers. I don't understand how that works out, but that's the way it is. Well, I guess you heard about Captain Kirk. William Shatner, I guess TMZ caught him eating cereal behind the wheel of his car there at an intersection in California. So that man's 94 years old. Well, he sure don't look it, does he?
No.
I mean, he looks no older than 85.
Yeah, right.
But, yeah, there was some speculation about what kind of cereal he was eating.
Uh-huh.
And someone said, well, it's got to be a brand cereal. And they said, brand? What do you mean? And the other guy says, well, ain't you never heard of a captain's log? Oh, well,
I got you.
Yeah. So, Heatwave was talking to me earlier today, he said he asked if Granny and Snuffy were allowing you to share their number with them, and I said, hell, I don't know. I ain't know nothing about that. So it's nice to hear Granny on the radio, because he did meet him there at the truck show a couple of years ago.
Right.
And never did get a number from him. He's kind of hoping he can get one. And old boy there in Tennessee, Buster, that works for Buster Brown.
Yeah.
Said if he can get his number, that'd be great too. So I don't know. Yeah, he might be calling in later on in the show. I don't know where he's at. He's probably face down in the pillow with his butt in the air like you don't care. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, right, yeah. Lazy.
Well, he's not gay. He's just sleeping that way, that's all. Yeah. So, anyways, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good night.
Right-wing nut. As always, good to hear from you. 14 past the hour. Well, my, how things can change in a day. Yeah, the stock market reacted very positively as things seem to really be coming together with the acquisition of Greenland. What's transpired? President, after, of course, having to return to Andrews after departing for Davos, ended up behind schedule. I think they flew all night long. About the time he got off the plane, it was his time to spoke for nearly 2 hours. I don't think the guy ever sleeps, but he revealed some details this past day, a framework for a deal with NATO over Greenland. But he said it would include access to mineral rights for the U.S. and our European allies, as well as collaboration on the Golden Dome missile defense system. Speaking to CNBC at the World Economic Forum, he said they're going to be involved in the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in mineral rights. When asked how long the deal would last, that's when he said forever. Now, he did rule out using force to acquire Greenland and called for immediate negotiations on the semi-autonomous island status during his address at the World Economic Forum. Shortly thereafter, President Trump said he reached a framework for a deal with the NATO secretary, adding that he would not indeed impose tariffs on Denmark and other European countries that were set to take effect on February 1. Everything really just changed in a short time. President Trump declined to provide further details, including whether that framework involved any degree of U.S. ownership of the territory, describing the concept as very complex. Now, Rutte said that the issue of whether Greenland will remain with Denmark did not come up in his conversation with Trump. That's the NATO secretary. The Daily Mail and the New York Times reported the framework could involve granting the U.S. sovereignty over pockets of Greenlandic land for military bases, similar to British bases in Cyprus. Times of New York cited several senior officials familiar with the discussions, but speaking anonymously. Yeah, they go to the background of the strategic significance of Greenland. At one point in time, the U.S. operated 17 bases in Greenland and had about 10,000 troops there. Today, fewer than 200 U.S. personnel are at I guess there's one single installation still there. The Pitvik Space Base, formerly known as Thule Air Base, built in 1951. The northernmost U.S. military installation consists of barracks, hangars, fuel tanks, and satellite dish domes. So I guess there's not much of a presence there. See where that goes, but that was quite the interesting update. We'll get to the grump right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Of course, as we know, as President Trump likes to do, typically goes to Truth Social and makes a statement, which that was the case this past day in regards to Greenland. He stated, based upon a very productive meeting that I've had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework for a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go in effect on February 1. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others, as needed, will be responsible for the negotiations. They will report to me directly. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, big time change there. What do you say, Grump?
What do you say, Steve? How you doing?
Staying warm for the moment.
It's going to get a lot colder, man.
Yep.
I was looking this weekend where I go, it's going to be anywhere from 12 to 20 below zero without the wind chill.
Wow.
So, yeah, it'll be, but I got enough Hot Shot Secret and Stayville in here to keep my probably fill my damn tanks up, let alone help them. But, I listen to Trump some. And the more I listen to the man, I've just come to the damn conclusion that, people just need to shut the hell up because he's actually saying out loud what they're thinking, or what they don't have the stones to say out loud. Trump does. And I've been kind of critical of him on his mouth and stuff like that, but it's high time, that somebody puts all these mamby-pamby damn NATO leaders and stuff, in their place. They got two choices. They can side with the United States or they can go with Russia and China. That's their two choices. And if they want any semblance of peace at all, they're going to go with the United States. And the one thing that just pisses me off, you take what we're talking about, Greenland right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, here you had NATO countries, Steve, that are standing there saying, well, the United States just wants to assert their authority everywhere. Well, it's fine when we're bleeding for them bastards, isn't it? You know, that we didn't have a problem with NATO. Not one word was ever said about NATO until Trump come on and said, hey, how about doing us a favor? Start ponying up your damn fair share of the bills here. You know, we're tired of our taxpayers having to get taxes jacked up just to support you, NATO. And if they don't think that a base in Greenland is not important, you know, I was not for this, you know, the rhetoric about the military invasion at all. I thought that was stupid. But when he starts talking about buying that and buying a lot of the mineral rights and things like that, we become a sovereign part of that country. And there's nothing worse than the United States that is trying, and we're all over Europe, you know, all over NATO countries, you know, Germany, England, all over these places. But the one thing we have to do in those damn countries is abide by their sovereignty laws. We cannot just say, look, we're going to set up a missile defense system here. You know, if it's nuclear, they don't want it. You know, there is we do have, you know, what we call 20710 resources. We do have them in all over Europe in strategic locations and things. But the fact is that without us, they're nothing. You know, look at Canada. Look at that idiot up there in Canada that's running his mouth now about the United States. Trump called his ass out. How long does that moron think that 64,000 troops in Canada could hold off a force of Russia or China without us? You know, so he can talk all the smack he wants to talk and every damn thing else, but the happiest he is the fact that he's got a big dog living just south of the border, us, that's willing to bleed for them. So he's run his mouth a couple of times since he's been in there and stuff, and this is what's pissing me off about this whole NATO against us spreading our war-making capabilities. Are they dumb enough to think it's just there to protect us? That's something that I just don't understand with these damn NATO leaders. Are they just following into this liberalism? Look how England has changed.
Right.
You know, they don't even have free speech there anymore. Hell, they'll arrest you for anything. Canada's just damn near as bad. You know, they don't want to hear opposition. They want to hear liberalism, things that is, number one, where you capitulate or capitulate everything, where you actually just roll over and scratch your damn belly and say, here, we're here. You know, we don't want to fight. We don't want to do this. That's what we got the United States for. You know, I'm guessing that little bit of money that they used to kick into NATO was just to appease us and say that, you know, and I spent 10 years in that damn place over there, Steve. But to think that that's all they want is to blow their money on whatever the hell they want to do because they got the big dog here. You know, they got one of the biggest world power that's willing to defend them. No, we're not. We're standing up for our damn freedoms. You just happen to be a part of it. But it seems like that they just all the time just keep changing their minds and just, you know, running their mouths and the more liberal they get. You know, I don't know. You know, maybe they're going to give up all their militaries and, you know, sign it on to Russia or some crap. Who in the hell knows? It would be one of the biggest mistakes they've ever made in their life. But they keep talking about Greenland like it's, you know, like we're invaders or something. We've been in there forever. You know, the fact that they want to buy Greenland or buy the mineral rights to a lot of the area there and turn that into sovereign United States territory where nobody can walk in and say, we don't like your missile defense system. You got to get it out because it don't abide by our sovereign laws. You know, I mean, this is what it's all about. And this is what's pissing me off. Number one is that even our politicians here in the United States is too stupid to see that. You know, anything at all that they can do that they think will sway a voter, that's the way they're going to go anymore. They don't care about this country. What they care about is their ass sitting in Washington and getting rich, number one, and making decisions that they shouldn't be making. I mean, it drives me up the wall. But I applaud Trump. You know, number one, he called him out today just the way it was. You know, when he started his speech,
yep.
You know, he jumped on Canada and a couple others there, you know, that just have run their damn mouths until we're sick of it. Where do they think they would be without us? NATO was formed, number one, to protect Europe, to protect all the countries that wanted to sign on to it. Yeah, we know what Article 5 is, attack on ones and attack on all.
Right.
Well, hell, they keep talking all this smack and stuff. Are they not attacking us verbally for what we're trying to do to ramp up more freedoms in this country? And not in this country, but in the world. How long do they think it would last? If we was to pull out of NATO, do they not believe that, the only people over there could defend themselves be probably, England would, Great Britain would do a pretty good job. Poland.
Yeah, how about France, right? Hey, hold the thought. We got to pause there. News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the long-term deal framework on Greenland is now in place, giving the U.S. what it needs for national security.
People are out there, and they're working it right now. They're working the details of the deal, but it's what's called an infinite deal. It's forever.
He confirmed that the February tariffs will not be imposed and ruled out using force, emphasizing a cooperative approach with European allies over the strategically located Danish territory. The House committee investigating Jeffrey Epstein has launched contempt proceedings against former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Subpoenas are not mere suggestions. They carry the force of law and require compliance. The Clintons must be held accountable for their actions, and Democrats must support these measures or they will be exposed as hypocrites.
GOP Chairman James Comer says the Clintons missed their scheduled depositions, prompting the committee to pursue potential contempt of Congress charges. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Want to put your your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
You'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here early on a Thursday. Well, we're making our way into the new day, time zone to time zone. Hello to John, checking in Indianapolis this morning. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Yeah, everybody truck safe out there. The roads tonight, big snow down south of Indy. And very cold this weekend. Right now, 28 in Indianapolis. And it looks like in Philly, things have warmed up a bit. 39 in Northeast Philly. Hello, drummer girl. So much better than yesterday. When Engineer left the house, it was -7. Grocery store this past day. Bread, like 75% gone. The lady ahead of me in line had 8 loaves of bread, 6 dozen eggs, 5 gallons of milk, among other things. I was just wondering how many people she's feeding. I bought a loaf of bread and a quart of milk. Come on. Normal grocery shopping, yeah? Brain Dead, morning, Steve. 36 at the West Memphis Airport. Just waking up trying to get motivated for my Tuesday. We're getting ready for this ice storm they're calling for. Now we're supposed to get more ice than snow. They said we're supposed to get like 3 to 6 inches of snow, but more ice than anything. And before I forget, there was a yellow bankruptcy hearing this past day. I have yet to hear what the outcome of that hearing was. All right, we'll wait for an update. Chuck on board. Good morning. A balmy 34 degrees in New Waterford, Ohio. We're headed to Jewett, Ohio. To load some more denaturant, then head up to Albion, Michigan. And then we'll reload some ethanol, take it to Detroit, and offload this afternoon. All right, got the schedule all lined out there, right? Hello to Scrapyard, waving all 5S. Ice Cream Man checks in from Greenville, South Carolina this morning. All right, and welcome back to the Grump.
Yeah. Liberalism right now is spreading all over Europe. It's unrecognizable anymore. I mean, with all the crap that's going on over there and the way that they've turned on this country and like I said, they'll turn on us. They'll bitch about our freedoms and every damn thing else, but every one of them's wanting to come here for what reason? So they can claim their own little spot in freedom and stuff. They look at London and places like that has allowed Muslim mayors to take over, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, the crap that they've done to change the entire context of who they were at one time is just it's ridiculous. But yet they depend solely on us for their security and their well-being. We pay in so much damn money to the UN. We pay in our bases, that's all over Europe. It supports their economies and things like that. And they act like they're too damn dumb to realize that if we was to fold up our tents everywhere we are, what would they do? How many people do we employ in those places? And when I said there's about 64,000 Canadian troops, that's I believe that that's actual active duty. I think they got 4,000 or 5,000 or something like that, more reserve or something like that. Hell, Steve, we got 70,000 just in the Air Force alone. That is ground support people for our aircraft. And I'm talking that's bomb load. That's people like that. Not to mention just look at the Navy and the Marines and everybody with all their support people and ground troops and everything. We've built up our militaries. We've went up right now. We're about 5% of our GDP is what we're putting into the military. And that's not just for our protection. That's for protection of NATO also. And you would think them ungrateful bastards over there would step back from their stupidity just long enough to say, we kind of went liberal nuts here, and, maybe we need to support the United States before they decide that America first means screw all you guys. We'll defend our shores and the hell with yours. But like I said, they wouldn't. If it wasn't for the United States, does any of them think that the Soviet Union would have fell? No, hell no. They'd be thriving right now. And it's hard to say how many damn more countries would be added to their list, their shopping list of who all was in the Soviet Union. Look at China. China, building them damn man-made islands and everything else. The only people that has the stones to float by them and tell them to kiss their ass is the United States. And it's getting to the point where, I don't know, I'm glad we got a president right now that says try it. Just go ahead and try it and see how that works out. And that's what's keeping a lot of these damn countries at bay, like China and Russia and places like that. He's talked to Russia. Vladimir Putin don't give a rat's ass about any kind of, giving up any kind of territory or stopping this fighting over there. I mean, hell, that's feeding his people. Their war-making capabilities going strong, building missiles and building bombs and stuff like that. They're running out of troops, because Ukraine has been killing the hell out of them. I think they could have stopped that right off the bat and say, look, either back your ass back into Russia or we will put them into NATO. We will vote on it. If they want to become a member of NATO, then they can start paying their damn dues and everything else, and we'll be there in their backyard. How's that sound to you, Vlad? What's he got? Nuclear weapons to fall back on? He's a weak guy. That's it. If it was a head-to-head conventional war against the United States, we would wipe their ass so damn fast, Steve. They wouldn't know what hit them. That's the war-making capability that we have. I mean, we have a massive military that does not screw around, and Vladimir knows it. And the only thing he's got to do is threaten with nuclear weapons. All right, so they're building these bombs, these missiles that hypersonic missiles and things that can fly around the world and hit things and stuff like that. All right, that's one damn missile you're going to launch. That they have one right now. China has one means to launch that damn thing. They're trying to build more. They've increased their budget for the military, doubled it actually. Trying to get more planes, more ships, and things like that. Why are they doing a buildup like that? It's not for their defense. It's probably that they someday want to take more territory, or try to. When their resources and every damn thing is running low, what do? They go out, they try to expand out, like Japan did for the Second World War. They were going after oil. They wanted to expand all their resources, but they just keep forgetting that the United States ain't nothing to screw with. And if they can build a coalition called NATO and get them off their ass and knock off all this damn liberalism stuff and start standing their ground and willing to bleed for their own damn countries, Russia and China won't have a chance. But we do need Greenland for those very reasons. It's Greenland. We have to have some kind of a missile defense system. I mean, if Russia's going to launch missiles at us, they're going to fly right over Greenland. I mean, they're going to come right over there.
Yep,
we need that early warning system there. But, we'll see what happens, and will they get it bought and things like that, and we get some sovereign area there where we can do what we want to do without having to worry about a foreign government saying, nope, can't do it here, that kind of thing. It's going to work out. But, all people's got to do is look at the liberals that's up running Minneapolis and all them idiots up there that's running around there harassing ICE. You see that one fat dude with a damn AR-15 look hi there, I'm a gravy seal. I'm from the buffet brigade. That kind of thing. What would he do if he raised that damn thing up? I guarantee you what he'd do. Somebody'd be putting a toe tag on that lard ass. That big bloated bonehead. I don't understand it. They stand out there like they're tough as hell. If he pulled a magazine out, there probably ain't a damn bullet in it. And I think they do have an ordinance up there on intent to go armed. And that's carrying a loaded weapon. So maybe they'll. I don't know. Maybe they'll nail his ass. I don't know. I don't for this mayor up there or the governor, either one, to do anything. I hope the hell they got some indictments coming down on both of them, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, there's some changes coming, and what you was talking about the the non-domicile trucking, episodes there that's going on in Congress. We're still seeing. And, I was talking to one of the captains here in Missouri. He's over the commercial vehicle division there. He's still saying that, that they tow their trucks off. They ain't a damn thing they can do it. They can tow them off to a truck stop. Boom. He said, we can't sit there and babysit them. They get in them and they leave. Hopefully we can catch them down the road. But it don't happen. They're on their way back to, they're on their way back to California or wherever the hell it is. That's what's happening right now. They don't have the right or the means to take their driver's license away from them or to impound the trucks, because of the interstate commerce laws and of course, the fact that they have someone else's product on that trailer. So they don't have the means to do that. They can shut them down for 10 hours or whatever, but they're going to, hey, call a tow truck. These companies, I guess right now is kind of talking that trash, call a tow truck, have it towed off to the truck stop and get in it and go. If you get caught again, call a tow truck. That they got $300,000 worth of produce on there. They do they honestly want to have the bond company start paying for that? I don't think it's going to happen. So they're going to have to come up with another game plan.
Right.
If they're not here legally and stuff like that, just take their damn license, park their ass, don't let them drive. Make it an arrestable offense. Let them bond out of jail or whatever. They can release the trailer. But I'd impound the tractor. Say, hey, that load can go. You can find somebody else to take that load over, but that truck ain't moving, and that driver's going to jail. That would stop a lot of that, but I don't know if some of these states has the stomach for that or not. You know what I'm saying? They start off in fast out of the gate, and as soon as they start racking up some dollars and some tax dollars on trying to pay for all this stuff that's going on, they're like, maybe we need to back off of it because it's getting into our budgets just a little bit. But I don't know, man. This is a crazy world we live in right now, and I'm just glad we got Trump. Even if he does have a big mouth, he's just like I said, he's just saying the things out loud that a lot of them are thinking. And I like to see him calling out Canada and Denmark and some other places that started running their smart ass mouths about us taking Greenland or going into Greenland. They need us in Greenland. They want us in Greenland. They want us to buy Greenland, but they ain't going to say it out loud. They don't want to back up and say, well, they're right. We damn sure need their money and their capabilities in Greenland. But, hey, I don't know. When the United States is stronger, so is all the other countries that's with us.
He had a conversation with the NATO Secretary General, and I mean that, boom, just like that. Yeah, that conversation, the NATO Secretary General pretty much says, what Donald Trump is saying is actually correct. And that's what now he's trying to convince all the other NATO leaders. Like, suddenly I've seen the light. What he explained about the Golden Dome, the missile defense. We'll share the mineral rights. We all need this. We're not the only one developing artificial intelligence and big data centers. I mean, do they want to continue to force themselves to be reliant on the likes of China? Yeah, that's a big part of what this is about as well. The rare earths, we do not want to have to rely on the Chinese for our continued national security. Makes perfect sense to me.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All righty, back at it here. Early on a Thursday, it's 844-844-3388. As I look at the screen, someone would like to introduce themselves. Is this Jill?
Yes, it is. Good morning.
Good morning, Jill. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing all right. I'm not looking forward to this cold stuff and the white stuff.
Neither am I.
Yep. So you're playing caretaker, I guess, right? Snuffy's daughter?
Yes, I'm taking care of Granny.
Gotcha. Okay. So,
but yes, I am Snuffy's daughter. I was adopted as an infant, and we just recently connected after 40 years.
Wow, really?
Yes. And actually, it happened to be the day before Granny fell downstairs.
Wow. How about that? So,
yeah.
Had they changed any over those 40 years?
I never knew them.
Okay, all right.
Until now.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can pretty much tell you they haven't changed a whole lot. They've always been Snuffy and Granny. A little more gray than they used to be, but that's all of us.
Well, let me just tell you, I've heard good things about you.
Well, I appreciate that. So Snuffy, he ain't going to stab me in the back, is he?
No, he wouldn't.
All right. So what are you being, chief chef, bottle washer, cook, maid?
Yep, all of the above.
taking care of Grant. Now, how long did she say she's supposed to be in recovery there?
Her follow-up appointment's in 6 weeks.
6 weeks, okay. So,
my apologies. She's saying 4 weeks.
4 weeks, okay. So another month. It'll be a while before she'll be out there. She said she's going to get back behind the wheel some point, so.
Yes, she will.
Well, hey, it's...
But yeah, I heard good things about you, so I just thought I would call in and introduce myself.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to do that. I'm going to jot your number down. A first-time caller here. How about that?
That sounds good.
And I bet Snuffy and Granny could probably use some Hot Shot Secret stuff right about now.
Yes.
All right. Well, Jill, thank you so much. We got your number here, and don't be a stranger. You feel free to dial us up anytime. Keep us up to speed how things are going with Snuffy and Granny. There you go. 7 before the hour. I don't anticipate this is going to be like impacting our area. I mean, we're going to get cold. 0, I think, maybe Monday, Tuesday, they're forecasting like 3 below actual air temperature. But areas up toward Minnesota, Wisconsin, the Dakotas, even maybe down into parts of Iowa, where they're forecasting these double-digit below zero air temperatures, literally 40 to 60 below wind chills coming their way in the coming days. Extreme cold, they tell us, can do some wild things. As these temperatures crash well below zero, you may hear some loud bangs, cracks, or booms outside. No, it's not transformers blowing or anything exploding. It can actually be trees splitting. When extreme cold hits fast, the moisture and the sap inside a tree can freeze and expand. That rapid expansion can cause the trunk or large limbs to crack open. And oftentimes, it would be loud enough to sound like a gunshot when they pop. Now, this is during rapid temperature drops with sub-zero air setting in on these calm, bitterly cold nights. Now, it is important to know this is uncommon but very possible in extreme cold. Healthy and weakened trees either can be affected by this. Large cracks and sometimes falling limbs can be dangerous. They advise avoid parking under big trees during these deep cold snaps. Be alert when you're walking outdoors. If you hear loud cracking sounds, it may not be what you think. Yes, winter is not just cold, it is powerful. They had some visual examples. Big trees and entire tree trunks split, from top to bottom. Just the tree popping open. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Looks like we'll get the news break. Eagle gets things started in our next hour. We get is that the blind man on board? And, of course, room for you, as always, at 844-844-3388. As Grump was mentioning a few minutes ago, calling out some of these other world leaders. President Trump is. He opened his speech to the globalists and the business leaders on fire, touting his America First agenda, telling the Europeans, follow my lead. Stop all this mass migration. Your countries aren't even recognizable anymore. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America, he said. Yesterday marked the 1-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated. Our previously open, dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest, most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. He credited the economic decline to Joe Biden and the radical left, while kind of highlighting his economic turnaround and the growth in 1 year's time. A little more on what he had to say coming up here. But calling him out right to their faces there in Davos.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a long-term deal on Greenland is infinite, giving the U.S. control over mineral rights and the Golden Dome defense system.
Forever. It'll be forever.
While speaking with CNBC, Trump said the framework was reached with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and is designed to secure Greenland before Russia or China can move in. The strategic Danish territory sits between the U.S. and Europe. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments
on whether states have the right to ban guns for private property, which is open to the public. At the center of today's case is a Hawaii law which does just that, unless a gun owner has specific permission from the property owner. Similar laws are in effect for California, Maryland, New York, and New Jersey. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A federal judge in Portland, Oregon, has denied bail for 34-year-old Luis Nino Moncada, accused of driving towards Custom and Border Protection agents. Prosecutors say he nearly struck multiple agents before one fired, wounding him and a female passenger who faces immigration-related charges. Defense claims there's no evidence that shows intent to do harm. State lawmakers in Alaska are asking questions after the Trump administration ordered hundreds of soldiers to prepare to deploy to Minnesota to help with immigration enforcement.
The Alaska Joint Armed Services Committee is currently drafting a letter to the 11th Airborne Division seeking clarification on the order. The Pentagon ordered 1,500 active duty soldiers from Alaska to prepare to deploy to Minnesota to help with immigration enforcement efforts late last week. The order came roughly a week after an immigration agent in Minnesota shot and killed Renee Good during an enforcement operation sparking protests. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
A Portland and Western train trestle in Toledo, Oregon, near Newport, collapsed under the weight of 3 locomotives, leaving one engine dangling over a river. This comes a year after a similar bridge failure near Corvallis spilled 199 tons of urea pellets into the Marys River. The railroad was previously fined $81,000 by the State Department of Environmental Quality. A central Pennsylvania teenager who went missing earlier this month has been found safe and sound in New York City.
17-year-old Bella Hatt of North Londonderry Township was reported missing from her home on January 8th. She was traced to New York and had been spotted in Manhattan last Friday. The Sun, a Dauphin County newspaper, reports that Bella's mother, Laura Hatt, made 2 trips to New York and met with city, subway, and Amtrak police, along with other organizations. On Tuesday, NYPD officers located Bella, and she was reunited with her mother. There were no details on where the teenager had been during her time in New York. I'm Tori Gates.
In California, an off-duty Glendale firefighter is now behind bars in connection with a homicide investigation in North Hollywood.
The firefighter reportedly flagged down a police car at about 4:30 this morning, saying he got into an argument with his wife. The woman was later found dead inside a home following a welfare check. Authorities say it appears the woman suffered multiple blunt force trauma to her face. Neither she nor the firefighter have been identified. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And away we go. Another hour. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, live here on a Thursday morning. Industry headlines. It's amazing to me what you're out there, anyone who drives, what we're sharing the road with. Equipment that has no business being on the roadway. One prime example. This past day, a Tennessee Highway Patrol trooper found numerous driver and equipment violations during a commercial vehicle inspection. This past day, the Highway Patrol said that a Motor Carrier Plus East Region trooper conducted a Level 1 inspection, identified multiple serious safety violations. The semi-trailer was operating with deflated air suspension, all 4 airbags completely flat, a flat tire on the trailer. Semi-trailer did not have a valid annual inspection on file. The truck tractor had brakes out of adjustment. The required fire extinguisher was empty. The driver's medical certification invalid. Come on. Yeah, due to the severity of these violations, the driver, the truck tractor, and the semi-trailer all placed out of service until the safety concerns are properly addressed. Safe roads start long before the wheels turn. Proper maintenance, compliant drivers. Yeah, that's what is needed. Meanwhile, in Arizona, the Department of Public Safety and the Highway Patrol finding hundreds of violations during 3 operations targeting commercial vehicles over a 2-day period. Arizona State Troopers with the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Unit conducted 3 what they call maximum enforcement details back on the 13th and 14th here. McGuiresville, the rest area, one of them at Vicksburg, the other at Casa Grande. During those operations, focused on collision-causing hazardous violations, 65 vehicle inspections, 225 DVER violations, 10 drivers placed out of service, 15 vehicles placed out of service, and 2 commercial motor vehicle collisions investigated. Get them off the road, right? All right, Eagle joins us here on a Thursday. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
We got you. What's happening?
Okay, I'm over here in Oklahoma right now. These guys, you talked about that earlier. Oklahoma, they're not playing games. They're not playing games over here in Oklahoma. They've always been tough in Oklahoma with the scales here, and they definitely. I don't know who the governor is of this state, but I think he's a Republican, and he damn sure don't want no illegal drivers in his state driving trucks. Because he putting this, we've been talking about that for the last couple of weeks. He putting a stop to them guys, those towel heads and those seats and stuff. He getting them guys off the road big time. Now, Steve, I found out, with the weather coming in and stuff, into Texas, with the bad weather coming in and everything, you mark my words, Steve, and I don't like to talk bad. I don't like to talk bad, wish bad luck on people. But you mark my words, that 100-car wreck that you seen up there in Grand Rapids, Michigan the other day, I guarantee you, if that storm does hit the Dallas, Texas area or anywhere in the Texas area, Amarillo or wherever, if it goes into Texas, you mark my words, on Sunday night when I call in, I guarantee you they're going to have an accident with at least 50 to 100 vehicles involved in it, because for some reason the speed limit is 75 miles an hour, and for some reason people in Texas think that you can drive 75 miles an hour on ice. So they'll find out the hard way this weekend. They'll find out the hard way on Friday and Saturday and Sunday when that ice storm come in. And like I said, you mark my words, when I call in on Sunday, I guarantee you I'll be talking about a major accident in the Dallas, Texas area. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Steve, because like I said with you, I'm trying to stay away from these idiots. I was planning on going home to Texas this weekend, but since the weather's coming in, I'm gonna keep on driving. They gave me a load going over to Albuquerque, New Mexico, so the storm is not headed that way. So I'm going to Albuquerque. And then after that, I'll make my way back down from Albuquerque back over to El Paso, Texas, and then back over to where I live at in Texas. So by the time I get back to where I live at, the storm will be gone. So I should miss out on the storm with this load that I got as long as I get the hell out of Oklahoma. But the storm is not supposed to be in Oklahoma until Friday, so I'm rolling out first thing tomorrow morning, so I won't have no problems. As far as I know, I don't think they got no bad weather out west in the New Mexico and Arizona area. So I'm going to head that way until the storm blow over, because I'm not dealing with those idiots in Texas, not this weekend. Now, you know something, Steve, you know what made my day today? When I heard the news, I just happened to go into a truck stop this afternoon, and I had the biggest smile on my face when I heard that communist loser from California, Gavin Newsom, flew all the way over there to Switzerland because he thought he was going to embarrass Donald Trump. He thought that he was going to badmouth Donald Trump. And like you said earlier on the show, they didn't even let that loser take the stage and talk. So he went all the way over there to Switzerland for nothing. Because, like I said, he thought he was going to badmouth Trump and make himself look good and maybe try to get some kind of presidential run started for 28, and he only embarrassed himself because, like I said, the people didn't even want to hear nothing that loser had to say. So that made my day right there. Just the fact that he got embarrassed is good news for me when it concerns that loser. Now, talking about Minnesota, Steve, getting on to the Minnesota situation, I got some news today, man. And you need to check this out if you get a chance to see the video of this. It's really embarrassing how those people in Minnesota are conducting themselves. Now, you see how they conducted themselves after this good woman got killed. Now, today, this Bovino guy, or whatever his name is, the guy that's in charge of the ICE operations, I don't know if you've seen the video, but he went into a gas station today, him and some ICE people, and he tried to buy some food, and they told him to get the hell out of the store. The clerk that was working there forced him and his people that was with him to get out. Forced them, said they didn't want to do business with him because he was with ICE. And then when these people are blowing whistles, they blowing horns, they saying that they following these, they following these ICE units all around town. These leftist lunatics, and they're alerting other people wherever these people go to now they're trying to keep people from doing business with ICE agents. They can't get no hotel rooms. They can't get no food service. I will be honest with you, Steve. I would be scared to eat some food if I was an ICE agent in Minnesota. You don't know what those people might do to that food with the hatred that they have for these ICE people. I'd be afraid to go to a restaurant in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The way those people feel, the way a lot of those losers feel up there about ICE, I'd be afraid to eat food. But anyway, after they got kicked out of that store, they was making their way down the road in a caravan, these ICE vehicles, and they got blocked in. They got blocked in by some more lunatics, leftist lunatics. They blocked it. Can you believe that? See, they had the nerve. This is not just a regular ICE man. This is the leader of the ICE. This is the head man. Some lunatic blocked his car in so they couldn't move, and he got out of the car. And now they're trying to make a big deal out of it because they said that he threw some tear gas or some kind of chemical agent. They got a video of him and his agents throwing chemical agents at these agitators to get them away from his cars so they can make their way to wherever the hell they was going. So this is how loaded these people have stooped, Steve. They don't even respect the man that's the leader of ICE. They're trying to agitate him. And from what I've seen, another video tonight, they claim that J.D. Vance is supposed to be in Minneapolis, Minnesota tomorrow, and I think they got the wrong hotel, but they claim that they in some hotel in Minnesota blowing the horns and whistles, thinking that J.D. Vance is in that hotel tonight. But I think J.D.'s not going to even fly into Minnesota until tomorrow. That's how stupid these idiots are. They think that J.D. is in that hotel, so they out there in the parking lot blowing their horns and whistles and the whole deal all night long. But like I said, they only hurting themselves because it's funny to me, Steve, because I don't know if you check the weather in Minnesota. It's like minus 20, minus 30. They having some serious cold snap up there in Minnesota. Yep. And it's not supposed to warm up this weekend. So it's just funny to me that these idiots would stand out in the cold in minus 20 and minus 30 degree weather trying to protest. So I say I'm just laughing at the idiots at the stupidity because I guarantee you would never see me standing out in no parking lot in minus 20 or minus 30 degrees protesting. So I say whatever happens to them, good riddance. And like I said, if they end up behind bars, they get exactly what they deserve. And I thank you for taking my call.
All righty. And I can share a little bit of news you may not want to hear there, Eagle. And that is, you may get out there before the storm gets underway. Albuquerque, I'm speaking of. So going from Oklahoma. But right about that area is where this storm is really going to begin getting underway. Now, you're not going to see 2 feet of snow, but let me see from the National Weather Service right there in Albuquerque, and this would include the Albuquerque metro area. You got a winter storm watch from Friday morning through Saturday night. Now, right now, according to this is the National Weather Service they're saying heavy snow possible, total accumulations. Generally, it's going to depend on elevation, 2 to 6 inches in areas below 7,500 feet. Yeah, Senor Heatwave, this is for you as well. You were asking last evening about this, and they've kind of modified the forecast, and more of New Mexico's going to see this. 6 to 12 inches above 7,500 feet, 12 to 18 inches above 10,000 feet. So it says here for the middle Rio Grande Valley, including the Albuquerque metro area, the west central highlands, the southwest mountains, the San Augustine Plains, and the adjacent lowlands. Travel may be difficult to impossible for an extended period of time, including areas along I-40 from, Tejeras Canyon to Grants, New Mexico. The weight of accumulating snow will stress the power grid, potentially creating outages. Then an extended period of cold temperatures will increase the risk of frostbite. So, yep, you're going to get in on some of that cold stuff as well. So, yeah, you may get to Albuquerque there. I don't know. You might be parked in Albuquerque for a little while there, Eagle. So just be prepared. About 19 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, 21 past the hour. Looking at some of these maps here from the live storm chasers. And they're really highlighting just how widespread power outages may be. Ice accumulation on trees, power lines, in some cases heavy wet snow adding extra weight, gusty winds increasing the risk of down lines. Outages may be scattered to widespread in parts of the southern plains, mid-south, southeast, into the mid-Atlantic. Some of these areas may see outages lasting days or longer. Now, this particular map showing literally areas from western Texas on the outer edges all the way to the east coast. areas around Lubbock. Power outages possible as you get into the area closer to like San Angelo to Austin. It's power outages likely. And then the dark zone stretching from, say, just south of Dallas, right over through Shreveport, the heart of southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, all the way over through much of northern Mississippi, Alabama. That's the zone where they're forecasting widespread outages. Then again, a dark blue zone from northeast Georgia to western and northern South Carolina over to about Raleigh. And that's all due to the forecast ice accretions, if it holds together. Meanwhile, let's see what the blind man has happening this Thursday morning. Hello, blind man. Did we lose the blind man? He may have dozed off. That's happened a time or two. So, Senor Heatwave.
Well, good morning, Senor. Yeah, you said it right, Harris. That's on the beginning of going into Carnwell Canyon, where Carnwell is, right before you get into Albuquerque. Where I live is on the eastern slopes of the Sandia Mountains, so whatever comes up and over the mountains, even though we're about 6,300 foot, we generally get a lot more snow than what they project. So it's going to be interesting, at least getting in Saturday. That's going to be a whole new ball of wax there, that's for sure. That's the reason why every vehicle I have is four-wheel drive. I mean, that Camaro was nice, but that was a summertime car, and that really didn't do well in the deep snow. So, anyways, contrary to popular belief there, right, wingnut, I don't sleep with my face in a pillow, my butt in the air. So anyone can just dispel that rumor. I sleep normal. So, anyways, Trump saying what he's saying, and you could read his game plan by getting his book, The Art of a Deal. He tells you exactly how he presents ideas to get reaction from people, and then eventually saying we're going to do this unless, and this is the reason why. ... So he's he's not dumb. It's not off the cuff. I mean, he's thought these things through. So he may say some things, like Trump said, just kind of get you under the skin. It's like, why did you say that? Well, it's planned, and that's all there is to it. That's how Trump operates. And like I said, if you want to know more about the guy, get the book, The Art of a Deal. So, anyways, well, I sure hope that it is a nice, wet, heavy snow, because we absolutely need the moisture. We had a heavy snow, I guess it was early December, and that was nice, but we sure could use more of it. And as built up as it is out there, they may have to drill those wells a little deeper to get to better water. Mm-hmm. I just hope they don't run out of room and start sucking up mud. So, let's see here what's going on. I guess you've seen the Somalis up there. One of them had she had a news blurb, or, she was featured on something with two Band-Aids on her head saying, that she was attacked and kidnapped by ICE agents who called her the N-word and beat her, and then they released her. It doesn't surprise me none. I mean, they've already been shown that they are fraudsters. They're the people that need to get out. and they're going to do everything they can to make it look like they are the victims rather than the taxpayer. I mean, $9 billion. I can't fathom that amount of money. I couldn't even. Would that be enough to go to the moon and back? If you stretched out the dollar bills
Right.
end to end. I mean I just. We're saying, well, we got daycare for the old folks and for children, and thank goodness that girl, was it Nick Shirley or Nick Shern or whatever that gentleman's name is,
and he's still up there.
Going in there,
he's still up there uncovering stuff. Yeah,
and he says, well, I want to get health care. Well, what you go somewhere else, or I want to enroll my kid. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't because you're white. Well, that ought to be an automatic cutoff right there, because
There's
now you're
a
discriminating.
Red flag for sure, right? All righty, hold the thought. 29 past the hour. A news break and more to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a long-term deal on Greenland is infinite, giving the U.S. control over mineral rights and the Golden Dome defense system.
It'll be forever.
While speaking with CNBC, Trump said the framework was reached with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and is designed to secure Greenland before Russia or China can move in. A federal judge in Portland, Oregon, has denied bail for 34-year-old Luis Nino Moncada, accused of driving towards Custom and Border Protection agents. Prosecutors say he nearly struck multiple agents before one fired, wounding him and a female passenger, who faces immigration-related charges. Defense claims there's no evidence that shows intent to do harm. Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season, and it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship Polling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors pulling both days, if you're into polling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event, saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA championship polling." Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of pulling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching pulling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pullers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA Pulling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapoll.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every pull, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapoll.com. Again, that website, ntpapoll.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All righty, take 2, back at it here. Where did we leave off? We had a brief disappearance there. Welcome back, Senor Heatwave.
Thank you for holding me over and getting back to me. Yeah, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, it just went silent and nothing. So I called again, and I got the automated answering machine and silence. I was like, wow. So I don't know if that was me or you.
Everything just disappeared momentarily.
Well, that would explain it. Okay. So, anyways, with the Somalis up there, now they're playing the victims. Well, you're taking money away from our daycares. You're taking money away from our senior care centers. You're taking money away from our medical. Have you seen some of the cars these people are driving?
Yes, right.
Oh, my God. And then they got the nerve to say, no, we're health care. We're child care. My God, if they can get that kind of money, then I wonder how the teachers in Albuquerque are getting around with the little money they make. But then again, I don't know if you've seen this or not, and I don't know if this is nationwide, but they had a bunch of students from one school get outside, and they were protesting ICE agents. Now, I mean, there is a reason why New Mexico ranks dead last in education. And this is part of it. There is no control in the classrooms by the teachers over children who have no freaking idea what really is going on, because the teachers are so damn liberal, they won't teach. They preach.
Right.
Liberalism. And, I've seen a meme on Facebook that said any teacher that allows this to happen should be fired. If you're out there, if you're preaching to the children and telling them, hey, go ahead and protest, those teachers need to be fired. But they're so damn blue in the APS school district that it's sad. I mean, they're graduating kids that can't read. They can't write, not cursive. They can barely scratch out their name.
I don't know if any kids can write cursive anymore. They've stopped that almost all over the country, haven't they?
I believe so, but they need to bring that back. You need to have a handwriting sample. Well, you better learn. I mean, kids, it's easy. It's just flowing letters together. Jeez,
I don't know.
How hard is that?
I mean, how do kids sign their names now? I don't know. To use an X. Did anybody notice anything yesterday? You remember we had that big group that said everybody was going to shut her down at 2:00 in the afternoon, right? Time zone to time zone. Everybody's going to walk out of work, walk out of school. I don't think anybody noticed anything. I didn't see a thing. There were supposedly millions of liberals promising they were going to walk out of work and school, right? It was going to be a huge wave. But just like you, I didn't notice anything. You can't walk out of work if you don't work or if you're being paid to protest. Well, so let's take it to the next level. On Friday, activists are going to try to effect a state shutdown in Minnesota. How do they do that? Well, supposedly, nobody's going to work, nobody's going to school, no one's going to do any shopping. Protesting is fine, though. Breathless coverage from Breakthrough News. Everything pretty much because we want to get ICE out of here. You have to stand up. You need to back up, Trump. We ain't effing with you. Get out of Minnesota. Of course, ICE is not going anywhere. Trump is not going to back up. Actually, he'll probably send in more ICE agents. KARE 11 in Minneapolis reported that apparently clergy and faith leaders have urged people not to shop on Friday. Now, quite honestly, is anybody actually going to be able to get out to begin with? Friday, you're going to have 50 below wind chills, people. Who wants to go shopping? We ask all Minnesotans stay home or protest peacefully, as they are called to do so, says the co-executive director of Isaiah and Faith in Minnesota, calling for a day of truth and freedom, calling on employers to give their employees the day off so they can have a day of reflection or participate in community activities. They're planning to have a rally and a march, 2 in the afternoon, downtown Minneapolis at the Commons. Let me check the forecast. What's your forecast temperature? 2 o'clock Friday afternoon. People are nuts. How about that? Listen, a heads up. A march at 2 o'clock downtown. You better bundle up. If you haven't noticed, there's a big storm a-coming. But there won't be any doctors or nurses working. Hospitals will be shut down. Yeah, if they're serious, right? And regardless of the sub-zero temperatures, ICE will be conducting operations. But good point. If ICE knows all the agitators are going to be downtown like 2 o'clock Friday, hey, you can plan your operations around that. What do you say? Hello, Philip. What's going on in Florida?
Not much. Just driving down I-4 down here, down at just about to the turnpike right now on I-4. So, but another day at the office going down. I know one thing that didn't stop yesterday was people coming to where I was at. We had a lot of trains moving around 2 o'clock, buddy. We didn't stop for nothing. So I don't know where that stuff is coming up at, but status quo where I worked at yesterday. That situation out there with the storm that's coming in, we got a low pressure that's coming off of California, Southern California, and there's another low pressure that's coming in around Washington State, right up by where Washington and Canada meet, and that one is going to enhance the storm, and it's going to be all the way from Albuquerque all the way over to the coast.
Big time.
From what I've seen, and that's what they were showing last night on the news, and there's going to be a lot of ice in this one. It looked like to me just south of Nashville, well, like even Nashville is probably going to get in on it too as well. There's going to be a lot of snow and ice. I mean, it's just like the southern part of it's going to be the ice, like Alabama and Georgia.
Yep.
I wouldn't even be surprised over there by where Brain Dead and all those guys are at. That area gets a little bit of ice too, so it's going to be pretty bad. What do you think, buddy?
Based on all the models, I mean, they're still, the models are jumping up and down. Yeah, but I mean, some of these are saying up to 2 inches of ice, maybe in parts of central and northern Georgia. I mean, you talk about crippling. That's unheard of.
Absolutely. I mean, you put ice on trees and that pulls the tree down. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, it's the way it goes. And I saw some, things about southeast Kentucky. They talking about a lot of snow up in southeast Kentucky, Steve. Did you see anything about that?
Yeah, the models are more and more depicting, rather than snow, that they're also going to see the warmer air overriding the cold air. They may be in more of an ice situation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did some research yesterday. I'm like thinking to myself, about this deal with Greenland and all that, and why would we want to go to Greenland? Well, we had talked about that ship that got away from them in Venezuela and ended up by Scotland before they got it. And we had to mobilize a lot of folks to get up there to that ship, and it took a pretty good planning situation to get logistically to get everything where it needed to be at to get that ship. But did you ever remember the submarine Nautilus, Steve?
Not the submarine. I remember the Nautilus from, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Okay, well, the Nautilus is a submarine that we have. And it's a nuclear-powered submarine. It's the first one that the United States possessed. In 1958, they took that sub from Alaska underneath the Arctic Ocean over to Greenland. Okay? We were the first country to traverse the Arctic Ocean underneath it with a submarine. That was a nuclear submarine. It had nuclear power, and it also had nuclear armament. Okay? And if you look at the world's map at the top, that area from up there by Scotland all the way over to Greenland, we have nothing there that's telling us where the Russians are at. The Russians can bring their subs down through that area, go into the North Atlantic, and be right off our coast before we know it, and we wouldn't even know it. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. Another thing, that reason we're doing what we're doing is the rare earth minerals, Steve. Where are most of the world rare earth minerals found? They're found at the top of the earth. Okay? Where the heck is Greenland? It's on the top of the earth. Okay? Canada is dwindling a lot of rare earth minerals in Canada. I mean, they're still finding it there and stuff, but it's dwindling down. Oh, by the way, folks, where is some else of the rare earth minerals at? Down below the equator. Mm-hmm. What's below the equator? Venezuela. Why do we want to go to Venezuela? Okay? Why does President Trump want to make a deal with Ukraine for rare earth minerals? Look where it's at. It's up towards the top of the world. I mean, it makes common sense. Now, obviously, we can't go to Antarctica because we have this treaty about Antarctica that we can't touch any of the stuff down in Antarctica. The bottom of the earth has a lot of minerals, too. But it also is a harsh environment, and it takes a lot of money and a lot of stuff to get that down there and get things going. Okay? And I'm surprised that they haven't pursued that a little bit more, but that they have a treaty against that we can't do that. But that's what this deal about Greenland is about. I mean, it's about us finding out where everybody is, and it's also about the rare earth minerals. That's what it's about. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yep.
We have to have these minerals to make batteries. We have to have those minerals to make connectors, semiconductors. We need to supply a lady up in Cincinnati area so she can do her soldering. And if she doesn't have the right materials to do her soldering, she doesn't have a job. You know what I mean, Steve? So it's like that's where all this rare earth mineral thing comes into the situation. Have you noticed that has been brought up every time one of these treaties or anything's going on? Rare earth minerals.
Yep.
And that's what we're looking at. Okay? And it's clear cut and dry. Rockets can't fly off the pad without semiconductors. You can't have satellites without semiconductors. You can't have cars without this stuff. You can't have there's a lot of things you can't have without the electronics, and that is all rare earth minerals that makes those electronics. So there you go. Hopefully that makes some sense about it, So, but other than that, we're going to have a good day. Hopefully everything goes all right. And I hope Eagle figures it out in Albuquerque. If not, he can stay with Heatwave over there. I'm pretty sure maybe Heatwave's got a spare bed over there. He can chill out with Heatwave or Right Wing Nut.
Right.
And, you're not going to, and I've seen it with hurricanes before. Don't try to run away from no doggone storm. You try to run away from a storm, you're going to get caught right up in the middle of it. I mean, we've seen that with Helene, sure, we got tore up bad down here in Florida, especially the West Coast. But look what happened in North Carolina. You know what I mean? And a lot of people go to Georgia. They go to North Carolina with the storms hit down here. So it's one of them deals. But you have a good day, buddy. I appreciate everybody.
All right. Thank you much. So, in other words, you can't outsmart Mother Nature, right? I had saved a very brilliant piece, kind of explaining in depth what Philip was just explaining. The rare earths, the strategic significance. Let me see. You got a few minutes. We can see if I can get through this. The world is rearming, he says. America is repositioning. And too many people still think it's about politics. If you think this is about Greenland, you're already behind. Greenland doesn't belong to us. That sounds reasonable. It sounds polite. And it completely ignores how power actually works. You can skim a few shallow takes that repeat the same safe talking points, or you can spend a few minutes and understand what's really happening. He said, I did not write this for those that are easily offended. If your first instinct is emotional outrage, pause and ask yourself an honest question. When has comfort ever stopped a rising threat? Right now, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin are watching the West closely, not angrily, curiously, likely wondering how the United States ever became a superpower and how it managed to stay one for so long. We'll come back to them, but first, Greenland and the free world. What Donald Trump did was say out loud what global leaders have been whispering for decades. The United States has been carrying the free world, and the free world got comfortable with it. NATO is not what it used to be, and everybody knows it. NATO was built when Europe remembered what real war costs. Leaders understood how global conflicts begin, not just how they end. That seriousness is gone. Many NATO nations have slashed their own military spending, opened their borders without control, adopted internal policies that weakened national cohesion, and outsourced their security to the United States. Then they turn to America and say, you got us, right? That's not partnership, that's dependency. What an ally actually is, let's be honest. An ally isn't someone who smiles while you fund them and then attacks you the moment you assert your own interest. An ally shares your values, defends itself, stands with you when it's uncomfortable, not just convenient. Many so-called allies no longer meet that standard. They've weakened themselves. They've relied on American protection. They've criticized the very country ensuring they survive. That's not alliance. That's reliance. And another uncomfortable truth, allies are not unconditional friends. Nations don't survive on emotion or moral signaling. They survive on reciprocity, strength, and shared interest. That's why Trump was attacked. When the U.S. demanded NATO countries pay their share and take responsibility, the response wasn't cooperation. It was outrage. That reaction reveals everything. Real allies don't complain when they're asked to carry their own weight. Canada, perfect example. Ask yourself honestly, if the U.S. stopped defending Canada tomorrow, how long would they last? Russia wouldn't hesitate. They would abandon the hard fight in Ukraine for a far easier, richer target in Canada. We'll pick up there after this.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Yeah, the Golden Dome, and they're going to be involved in the Golden Dome. And they're going to be involved in mineral rights, and so are we.
President Trump says the framework for a long-term deal on Greenland is now in place. While speaking with CNBC, he says the U.S. and European allies will cooperate on the Golden Dome defense system as well as mineral rights.
Forever. It'll be forever.
Trump stresses Greenland's strategic value between the U.S. and Europe and the need to act before Russia or China tries to move in. The FCC is clarifying rules on political candidates appearing on talk shows. Its equal time rule still applies, but no new regulations have been adopted, meaning shows like The View remain exempt as news programming. Broadcasters are urged not to shy away from critical coverage out of fear of retaliation. At the World Economic Forum in Davos, tech ethicist Tristan Harris is calling for a people-first approach in Silicon Valley.
So now all these companies were instead trying to improve the health of society rather than the other way around.
Harris told the Mostly Human podcast he'd like online platforms to show agreement instead of division and challenged tech companies to sell only products their own children use for 8 hours a day. Pending home sales plunged last month.
According to the National Association of Realtors survey, pending sales of existing homes fell 9.3% across the U.S. between November and December. Sales are down to their lowest point in 5 months. Economists say rising home prices and fewer listings offset lower interest rates. I'm at Mattinson.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support. Not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The nursing director at an Arkansas retirement home in Batesville has been accused of stealing a patient's prescription pills.
Carla Shaw pled not guilty to drug charges. The 51-year-old was fired from her job at the Springs of Batesville nursing home. The administration found medication, including oxycodone and morphine, were unaccounted for. The arrest report shows Shaw admitted she's addicted to pain pills, which she was popping at work. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The man shot in the leg by an ICE agent in North Minneapolis last week appeared in federal court today. Prosecutors allege Julio Cesar Souza Celis and another man resisted arrest and assaulted an officer before the agent fired. Defense testimony and evidence have conflicted with that account. A judge granted conditional release for both men, although that decision was temporarily stayed. Former Uvalde school officer Adrian Gonzalez has been found not guilty of failing to protect students during the 2022 Robb Elementary School shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers.
In each of the 29 counts, we, the jury, find the defendant, Adrian Gonzalez, not guilty.
That verdict followed 7 hours of jury deliberations after a 2-week trial which examined the actions of Gonzalez, including whether he delayed entering the classroom before the shooter was stopped.
I've been praying for them. We pray for them. Sorry that they feel that way. We understand that their separation from their loved one is going to be felt as long as they walk on this earth, and we don't ignore that. We acknowledge that.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Thursday. Yeah, coming up, we'll try to break it down. Just how cold is it gonna get? Following our big storm over the weekend, the impacts potentially when it comes to the trucking industry logistics if the Big D gets iced over. First, I want to finish up. We rolled into the news break there, talking about how the world is changing. NATO is not what it used to be. Grump clearly brought out earlier that so many of those countries, they wouldn't survive without us. We left off Canada directly. If we stopped defending Canada tomorrow, how long would they last? A week, a day? Probably surrender in 24 hours. But Canada feels free to openly criticize the United States. Why? Because they know a hostile power on America's northern border is not acceptable. Yeah, their freedom to criticize us exists because we protect them. Think about that. Liberalism on the world stage. It is very dangerous. This needs to be said plainly. Liberalism is dangerous globally because it is emotional, unserious, unprepared for a world that punishes weakness. Across parts of Europe, the UK, Australia, speech is now being fined or criminalized. Governments decide acceptable opinions. Dissent is treated like a threat. That is not freedom. It is not the behavior of an ally. Now ask yourself, do China or Russia allow open borders? Do they tolerate dissent when power is threatened? Hell no. China is imprisoning millions of Uyghurs. Russia has slaughtered over 1 million Ukrainians. China has nearly doubled their military spending, built the world's largest navy, developed hypersonic missiles, purchased land globally for strategic positioning. Those weapons are not symbolic. They already have targets. Meanwhile, Western leaders pretend the world's safe while hiding behind our strength. So the choice is simple. The world will follow one of two systems: the United States or China and Russia. There's no third option waiting in the wings. Europe cannot defend itself without us. Canada can't. Australia can't. If America falls, freedom doesn't relocate, it collapses everywhere. Greenland is about defending freedom everywhere. It's not about flags or profit. Greenland is one of the most strategically critical defense positions on the planet. It is a gateway to North America. Modern missile technology moves faster than legacy defense systems were built to stop. Greenland is essential for early detection and interception before threats reach our cities. Our military planners know this. NATO knows this. Denmark knows this. But the U.S. cannot build permanent trillion-dollar defense infrastructure, including next-generation missile defense on land governed by foreign law. Treaties are not secure enough for systems of that scale. So ask yourself, if NATO truly stands with America, why oppose America protecting itself? Sending military forces to Greenland before negotiations even begin, that's not partnership, that's fear. NATO's real fear. Here's what they won't say out loud. They fear once America fully secures North America, we won't need them. And they're not wrong. Under current leadership and policies, NATO has become more burden than a benefit. America has already increased military spending from roughly 3% toward 5% of GDP. That alone tells you how serious the threat picture really is. At some point, it makes sense to stop writing blank checks to governments that refuse to defend themselves. That doesn't mean abandoning allies. It means redefining responsibility. Yeah, what Donald Trump is actually doing. This is not aggression. It is preparation. You secure your home first, or you lose everything. Greenland isn't about control. It's about survival in a hostile world. That's not comforting. It isn't polite. It will not make everybody feel good. But those who've lived long enough to understand that lesson, weakness masquerading as virtue leads to collapse. Reality doesn't care about feelings. It only responds to strength. Very well said. Have no idea who actually put that together. Sounds like something the Grump might write, but that's it. That's the true explanation of how the world has really become dependent. The free world, I should say, so dependent on us. All right, the cold is a-coming, all right? The cold's coming to much of central and eastern U.S. in the path of a major winter storm. It will be harsh. It will be dangerous, especially where the power's out and the roads are covered in ice or deep snow. From Texas to Tennessee, Georgia, the Carolinas, energy demand is going to soar in the days surrounding and following this storm as hundreds of millions of people turn up the thermostat. The risk of frozen pipes will be significant, and even in areas where power remains during long-duration sub-freezing temperatures. Now, the first burst of Arctic air chilled the Midwest and the Northeast Tuesday and Wednesday mornings. Now, this upcoming wave late this week over the northern plains and upper Midwest areas further south later this weekend to early next week. It's going to be the coldest we've seen so far. Atlanta, you are now facing an increasing risk of a major ice storm that in a worst-case scenario could shut down travel for days. Ice accretion on power lines and limbs will trigger widespread power outages over the weekend. Power outages paired with sub-freezing temperatures could become life-threatening for those without generators or a way to heat their home. People need to prepare for the risk of losing electricity or heat for days, maybe up to a week or longer in the hardest-hit areas of this storm. AccuWeather says the combination of ice, snow, and bitter cold will slow efforts to repair the downed power lines and clear the roads after the storm. Temperatures forecast to dip to near freezing as far south as New Orleans, Jacksonville, Florida, and Brownsville, Texas, in the wake of this storm. Now, those areas are not forecast to be in the path of the major ice, but it just demonstrates the extent of the upcoming cold air. Areas expected well into the deep freeze and receiving ice or snow from the storm, with a risk of lengthy power outages, include Atlanta, Dallas, and Charlotte. With a projected low in the teens. Nashville forecast to dip into the single digits. Meanwhile, on the snowy side, where power outages may be more sporadic, temperatures are projected to be below zero in Oklahoma City. This metro area may stay below freezing from Thursday evening right through next Wednesday afternoon. Temperatures forecast to drop below freezing and stay there 48 to 60 hours in Dallas, where widespread power outages are anticipated even after the snow and ice subside across the south, central, and southeast. Some locations will be slow to get above freezing. Where it does get above freezing, it may only be for a few hours and then followed by refreezing of wet and slushy areas during the overnight hours. Over the northern parts of the plains and upper Midwest, away from the storm's ice and snow, temperatures will plummet well below zero and stay there day with one or two more nights with lows in the teens to 20s below zero. Temperatures in Detroit forecast to drop to minus 10, 12 below in Chicago, 20 below in Minneapolis, and a whopping 40 below zero in International Falls, Minnesota. Those are not wind chills. Those are air temperatures. When the winds kick up away from the storm over the upper Midwest, wind chill factors 30 to 60 below zero. At that level, the cold is extremely dangerous with a high risk of frostbite and hypothermia in a matter of minutes. The combination of severe cold and shoveling snow can put an extreme strain on cardiovascular systems in some people, even in good health. In other words, extreme caution is advised, as Big Ed earlier said. Some of us old pot-bellied pigs that think we're fit, don't get out there with the shovel and give yourself a heart attack. Now, I know in areas where it's really cold, the snow's going to be the very light, fluffy kind. Snow blowers and things of that nature should work very well. But the areas that are on the warmer side with the heavy, wet snow, they call them cardiac snow events. Heart attacks waiting to happen. Blind man, are you with us? Blind man, I maybe he had pushed mute. You got your mute on your phone, maybe? Because we tried to get to him earlier. All right, maybe a third time's a charm. Let's see what we have going on with Carl. Take two. Carl, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Appreciate you taking my call. Got rain here in Alabama here this morning. It's a little bit warm, about 45. But, yeah, I live in southeastern Kentucky up there, Corbin. And, yeah, the weather is saying that we're supposed to get some ice there. I don't know, ice and a little snow, about 12 inches, I think, is what they're forecasting up there for Saturday, especially. So it looks like it's going to be a keep yourself warm weekend.
Right.
Up there. So, but hopefully the power won't go off too long if it does. But yeah, that's bad for a lot of people. So yeah, getting into the issues of the day here. A couple of weeks ago, I don't know if anybody thought that Trump would have made such progress that he's made so far. But you know what? By the end of the month, I predicted that we would have Greenland pretty much going on the agenda there. And so that was what I was thinking right at the top of the month there by the end of this month. And he is making world record progress on that issue. And a lot of people just couldn't get it. But it is very important that we get into that part of the world there and form that partnership that we need to form up there. And it would benefit Europe. It would benefit Denmark. It would benefit all of those countries, Germany, Great Britain, France. It would benefit so many people in that area. Italy, it would benefit them all. Okay, and just getting into Canada here, we need to form a better relationship than what we have with them. You know, Canada is very important too as well. Not really talking about acquiring Canada, but it would be nice, you know, if we did. The liberalism in Canada is exploded here in recent years. It's just amazing how much of Trump derangement syndrome and MAGA, Make America Great syndrome again that they have up there. They're just not really in line with what needs to be going on, you know. And I think that Trump would do well to remove China from Taiwan if he would get involved a lot more with Taiwan as well and form partnerships with Taiwan a little better than what we've got. And, you know, our partnership with Japan is growing, and that's after we had dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan because of their ill plans for us in America with what they did in Hawaii at Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was a disaster for Japan. They should never have thought that they would do. I don't know what their plans, what they were thinking when they decided to hit us so hard and at Hawaii and Pearl Harbor there. That was horrible for them because we had to come back on that, and we did decisively. And so that's what happens. And we have now formed a genuine partnership with Japan over there. And Japan is we've got bases all over Japan now, and our military is flourishing in Japan, and they are protecting Japan, helping to protect them. And I know we've got Guam there too as well, and but we need to form a better partnership with the Philippines too as well. We removed 2 bases in particular in the Philippines with Clark Air Force Base we used to have, and we didn't have it no longer, and as well as the Subic Bay there outside of Manila, right there at Manila, Subic Bay, and we had a submarine base there for years, and now no longer we have those bases, and it would benefit us to thwart China and everything that they have in mind there with those islands and all of that stuff that they're building out there. And if we could form a better partnership with Vietnam too as well, that would be nice. I realize they are basically a communist country there in Vietnam, but we spent a lot of time there, and we lost a lot of blood in Vietnam. And our sons and our daughters, people, our uncles and aunts, and people in our families, we lost a lot there. And so I think that all of that would benefit us, and Thailand too as well. So if Trump could get involved with the Pacific region a little bit more, and I think he may do that. He's world record. I mean, he's probably better than any other president that we've had combined in our lifetimes. Combined, he's done more, and he's gotten results, and did a lot more than any of our presidents, including Ronald Reagan, in our lifetime. I mean, he's just amazing, really, what he's done here. And I appreciate him for that. And thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Carl, thank you for being with us. Safe travels out there. Have a good morning. Dallas, Texas, in the crosshairs. The sprawling economic powerhouse, often dubbed the Big D, is standing on the brink of a potential shutdown this weekend as this storm barrels in. With a population exceeding 8 million across more than 16,000 square miles, making it the 4th largest metro in the country. DFW isn't just a big city in Texas. It is a global freight nexus. Home to major corporations, distribution hubs, transportation networks. The region's economy thrives on moving billions of dollars in goods annually. But if the forecast holds, ice accumulations could ice in this vital node, triggering cascading disruptions across supply chains. The Arctic mass plunging into North Texas starting Friday. That wintry mix rain, freezing rain, sleet, snow through Sunday. There are winter storm watches currently in effect for the DFW area. Predicting up to half an inch of ice in some locations. Temperatures tumbling into the teens and single digits, wind chills of 10 below. This is not a cute, nostalgic holiday snowfall. It's a sheet of ice that could coat roads, bridges, and power lines. Widespread power outages, hazardous conditions. Now, unlike the deadly 2021 Uri storm, this may be shorter-lived, but it's post-holiday timing. could make freight woes worse. The transportation infrastructure, a linchpin for U.S. logistics in DFW, is particularly vulnerable. The region boasts an intricate web of interstates, including cross-country corridor I-35, 20, I-45, which funnel millions of truckloads every year. Ice on these highways spells disaster. Slick surfaces cause pileups, closures, detours, stranding drivers, and halting deliveries. Now, bridges and overpasses like those spanning the Trinity River or elevated sections of I-30 are notorious choke points. They freeze first, increasing the risk of structural strain from ice weight and traffic halts. Past events like 2021 saw highways iced over for days, crippling trucking operations. The rail networks don't fare much better. DFW hosts massive yards for BNSF and Union Pacific handling intermodal cargo from coast to heartland. Ice can buckle tracks due to contraction, while snow and sleet disrupt switches and signals, leading to delays or sometimes shutdowns. In 2021, rail service ground to a halt amid power failures, echoing potential repeats coming this way. We'll pause.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a long-term deal on Greenland is infinite, giving the U.S. control over mineral rights and the Golden Dome defense system.
That'll be forever.
While speaking with CNBC, Trump said the framework was reached with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and is designed to secure Greenland before Russia or China can move in. A federal judge in Portland, Oregon, has denied bail for 34-year-old Luis Nino Moncada, accused of driving towards Custom and Border Protection agents. Prosecutors say he nearly struck multiple agents before one fired, wounding him and a female passenger who faces immigration-related charges. Defense claims there's no evidence that shows intent to do harm. Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, where we leave off there. Hello to Roki. He said when it comes to the snow, he said, I always clean our driveway by the inch. Push it rather than shovel it. It's a lot easier, avoids that cardiac risk. All right, shoveling time coming your way. If you get out there every inch you get there, Roki, you're gonna shovel the driveway 17 times. That's all right. Oh my, let's get back at it here. Scrapyard, waving all five at us. What's going on, Scrapyard?
What's happening there, Captain? Out here undergoing a trucker stress test. We're getting a freezing fog event out here on Interstate 40. From the 60-mile marker to the 74, visibility is only about a trailer length. And then over from the 94 to the 107, same situation. We're already starting to get some black ice formation out here. The Hammer Lane, has less of a thermal load. And, God damn it, ran over I just made highway hamburger, ran over a dead deer. Dadgummit.
Whoops.
All these production plants out here cranking out a lot of steam into the atmosphere, and that nuclear power plant, it was really bad over there from the 60 to the 74, and it's pretty much freezing to whatever it's touching. All these road signs out here look glittery and fuzzy. So that y'all keep your head on the swivel with that, because it's quite interesting out here right now.
I do see the dense fog advisories, like from the Boot Heel of Missouri through much of Arkansas, western Tennessee. So where's your temperature at? Is it right there close to freezing, or?
28.
28. Okay, so you would have some.
Yeah, 28. 28 Dungarees Frankenstein.
So that'll be freezing up on the mirrors and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah. I had to turn my mirror heater on. What I'm looking at, I can see out of it now, and off at the front side of it, sure looks like a little miniature winter wonderland.
Yeah.
Oh, that's on that Greenland situation. That it's like we've been saying, Trump plays four-dimensional chess, trying to negotiate the deal, but also try to get NATO partners off their hind end and start building it up over there. And that's one of the main considerations. And trying to get everybody on board and on the same page because that is basically a way for Russia and other countries not just to slide right on in and on into an aggressive and offensive position quickly. Mm-hmm. And so, here we go again. Yeah, I'm over here at 112 yardstick, and it's getting really thick again. So I better get off here. Y'all be good, be careful.
Indeed.
Oh, crap.
Safe travels out there. He's messing with some nasty fog there. Yeah, dense fog. All right, as forecast from WYFF Channel 4 in the Carolinas. Both South and North Carolina have declared an emergency ahead of the storm. That allows state and local officials to mobilize resources, coordinate response efforts, and prepare ahead of a high-impact winter storm. Now, a state of emergency does not mean panic. It means planning, positioning, and readiness. So help can move quickly if conditions deteriorate. But it's just another strong signal this storm has the potential to create significant impacts with especially the ice concerns. So continue preparing now. Stay weather aware as we move closer to the weekend. Let me see. We got Brain Dead on board, I do believe. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning there, Steve-O. Yeah, it's going to be an ugly situation here. I've been hearing the weather forecast here. It's all over the place. You look at one place and it says it's going to be 6 to 12 inches. Another place says 2 feet, and another one it's insanity. What I'm seeing more consistently is we're supposed to get about 6 inches and then about an inch of ice on top of that.
Ugly.
So that is going to be ugly. And I got to go do our grocery shopping this afternoon because I forgot yesterday. Bad me, but still, it's going to be fun to watch because they're shutting our warehouse down Saturday, and I was talking to some of the other Kroger store people on Facebook, and they shut the Atlanta warehouse down, the Nashville warehouse down, the Portland, Tennessee warehouse down, and I think there's one more up in the Mid-Atlantic that they're shutting down as well. So
wow.
I will say this to Kroger, they are taking this seriously. So if you can, stock up and go pay my salary if you don't mind.
So what are the things, you're making some deliveries and what are the, I guess stores aren't open 24 hours now like they used to be, are they?
No.
So you don't really.
No.
I've seen some video where places like Tennessee, Texas, people, the lines at some of these stores going from the cash register to the back of the doggone store.
Yeah. I'm going to try to go like about noon, 1 o'clock, so that way I don't have to deal with all those people in the afternoon. Everybody gets off of work. So, but no, what I called you about was Yellow. They had the court hearing yesterday, and I'll be glad when this. What show's over with, because this is getting to be a drawn-out circus. I know Heatwave was listening, so Heatwave's in a lot better shape than what we are over here. What it is that this MFN Partners, this equity firm, is fighting to get their 100% before everybody else gets theirs. And it's really sad that the greed in this the greed in this country has gone way out of hand. A lot of the other creditors have settled. I saw, the BNSF, they settled for X number of millions of dollars. They didn't get their 100%. They just took their money and went on with their life. So why are these idiots wanting 100% of their money and plus some?
Mm-hmm.
When is this judge going to go a set of grapefruits and start pushing back at these people. You know, I know Heatwave's just about as tired as I am about getting jerked around and screwed around because of all this. I mean, Yellow has settled the pension plan with the court, has satisfied the pension plan with what the court wants. But MFM Partners is saying, no, we're not satisfied with that. Screw everybody else. We want our money first. And no, that's not the way it should have been. We as employees, we should have been taken care of in the beginning before anybody else was paid out. And so now the attorneys are slowly sucking up all the money because of this greed. And it's really honest and truly sad, Steve. But yeah. I did see a blurb, and I don't know if you have a subscription to Bloomberg Law, but I did see that Bloomberg Law website does have an update to the complete story. So I don't have that update to me. So real quick, by the way, I was going to tell you this last night and it slipped my mind. One of my buddies told me he had to go get one of those, what do you call that 50-year-old inspection, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yes, I do.
And they went back and read the results. And him and his wife went there with the doctor, and they were sitting down discussing the results and whatnot. And Steve, I don't know what's wrong with him. He needs some serious mental help because he has pissed his wife off something bad. Because he sat there and told his wife, he goes, see, I told you, my head is not up there. Out of me.
Very good. Thanks, Brain Dad. Have a good morning. Hey, we were talking Dallas here a few minutes ago. According to FreightWaves, distribution centers, including Amazon's massive facilities in Irving, Walmart's hubs in Fort Worth, could face power outages and access issues, forcing possible closures or inventory backups. DFW International Airport, of course, a top cargo gateway, will almost certainly see de-icing delays, ground stops, ripple effects to airlines' schedule nationwide. Commodity flows through Dallas, diverse, voluminous, underscoring the stakes as a nexus for energy. The region channels oil, gas, and petrochemicals from Permian Basin fields to refineries and exports. Consumer goods, electronics, automotive parts stream through via truck and rail, feeding the Midwest and southern markets. Agricultural commodities, including grain and cotton, flowing outbound, while the imports from Mexico bolster manufacturing. During the ice storm of 2021 that affected the power grid, petrochemical storages disrupted global supply chains, spiking prices for plastics and fuels. Now, if they become iced in, regional freight patterns could fracture. Trucking, already volatile with spot rates up 10% from previous cold snaps, could see surges as capacity evaporates. Of course, diesel gelling in sub-zero temperatures, stranding power units. The protect from freeze demands will spike reefer trailer needs. We talked about in the first hour, protect from freeze. There's a lot of things that can't get below a certain temperature out there. So this could delay some perishables and e-commerce parcels. Exports via the Gulf ports slow down, which will kind of echo Hurricane Harvey's $125 billion hit. Broader implications, multi-billion-dollar losses in just-in-time chains, possibly some empty shelves for essentials, and inflated costs amid ongoing volatility. But as the storm approaches, carriers are preparing anti-gel additives, plans to, in some cases, reroute. But in an era of climate extremes, this freeze could test Dallas-Fort Worth like it has not been tested in years. Shippers, brace for impact, he says. Dallas on ice means America feels the chill.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We did have a couple of other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Starting with the update on the Pittsburgh-based R&R family of companies that were in the news last week. Concerns about are they going under? Let's see. This report from FreightWaves says Pittsburgh-based R&R family of companies has sold their logistics subsidiaries, which that's WLX and WLE, doing business as WLX and Western Logistics Express, as they continue to unwind parts of their business following weeks of liquidity concerns and employee layoffs. Minnesota-based CJK Group announced on the 15th they've completed the acquisition of all of the assets of WLX, WLE. Financial terms were not disclosed. WLX, WLE, headquartered in Kansas City, Missouri, providing logistics and transportation services across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. WLX has 69 trucks, 39 drivers. They will continue operating under their existing brands, according to the announcement, as well as the current leadership changes. No changes to day-to-day operations, according to CJK Group. This is a step, an important step in expanding our capabilities. Now, the divestiture of WLX and Western Logistics Express comes after a series of developments that had placed the family of companies under mounting pressure. FreightWaves, again, about a week ago, said they were facing carrier complaints, executive turnover, tightening credit conditions, questions about lender support, while the company failed to respond to repeated requests for comment. All right, R&R situation kind of intensified following the abrupt shutdown of their trucking subsidiary, Taylor Express, which shut down immediately on January the 12th. I mean, abrupt, cutting off fuel cards, rental car access, other company support. Some drivers were actually left sleeping in their trucks while they were trying to find a way home. Yeah, fuel cards cut off. All right, so update there. And let me see. Eagle, I do believe, checks in once again. Are you with us? Eagle, what you got?
Yeah, I'm still here. Steve, I wanted to go back and talk about what I wanted to talk about last night concerning the weather. We've talked about that in the past, but with this coming snowstorm or ice storm coming up, a mistake a lot of cars make and a lot of new drivers make is when you see these trucks now, a lot of these trailers, they have ice on the top of these trailers at these drop yards and different places, and all that stuff accumulates on the top of the trailer. And then when somebody picks that trailer up and they get on the interstate, you can see the stuff blowing off the top of the roof. And it's been instances before where the ice falls off of the trailer and goes through somebody's windshield. Mm-hmm. So my advice, what I do, if I'm going down the road and I see a truck get on the ramp, getting ready to get on the road, I move over to the left lane and get away from him, because you don't want to get caught in that, because you can be blinded by that snow falling off that trailer. And like I said, it might be some ice in that snow, and it go through your windshield and bust your glass out, or maybe even do worse than that. So my advice to people is don't ride behind no truck in the snow and ice storms, because you just asking for trouble because you can't see with that snow coming off the roof. A lot of states, a couple of years ago, they were trying to give people tickets, but it's not possible for a truck driver. I'm not getting on the top of no roof and no trailer at 13.6 and sweep no snow off the roof. They don't pay me enough money, because you slip off that trailer and fall, you end up breaking your leg, your neck, or something. And they don't pay enough money to climb up on the top of a trailer to clean the snow off. But there's no other way to get it off unless you go to a professional or truck, some kind of guy who does trailer work or something to get it off. Have him blow it off or something. But other than that, I wouldn't advise climbing to the top of the trailer. Now, as far as the other situation you were talking about, Steve, and about these people, and he talked about that before, these people that don't want to move over when they see a vehicle broke down on the side of the road. They clearly, they got the left lane is available for them to move over, yet they still don't move over. And I think you said last night that Indiana was saying that they've had some of their police cars run over by these idiots that don't want to move over. Those people should be penalized to the fullest extent of the law. If you hit a police vehicle, if I can understand if there's another vehicle in the left lane and there's no room for you to move over, okay, well, the next thing you do is slow down to the lowest possible speed that you can slow down to without, causing an accident or without hitting the officer. But if there is a space or a truck or whatever, you need to move over to the left-hand lane to give that person room. You don't know if that guy's going to swing a door open. You don't know if somebody's going to come running out on the other side of the truck and don't look, and you run them over because you decided not to move over to the left lane. So that's something that a lot of states are starting to concentrate on, Steve, is these people that don't want to move over to the left lane for emergency vehicles or broken down cars. And as a matter of fact, I talked to a couple of these TAs and Petros. A lot of those guys don't even do road calls no more because they've had some of their workers get run over while they was trying to change the tire out. So because of the stupidity of some of these drivers. So like I said before, if you hit somebody that's on the side of the road because you didn't move over to the left-hand lane, they ought to suspend you. You ought to get a lifetime suspension on your driver's license for being so stupid and arrogant to not move over to the left-hand lane. And I thank you for taking my call.
All righty. Yeah, Indiana said, please stop crashing into our cruisers. On the side of the road, assisting a previous accident. And people just not paying attention. All right, final hour just around the corner here. So we'll see. We'll give it a third time. Third time's a charm. We'll see a blind man. Maybe he had the phone muted. We'll try again. Send your heat wave for round number 2. And, of course, room for you at 844-844-3388. Homeland Security offering some additional incentive for illegal aliens to voluntarily self-deport. What's the latest offer?
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the long-term deal framework on Greenland is now in place, giving the U.S. what it needs for national security.
People are out there and they're working it right now. They're working the details of the deal, but it's what's called an infinite deal. It's forever.
He confirmed that the February tariffs will not be imposed and ruled out using force, emphasizing a cooperative approach with European allies over the strategically located Danish territory. President Trump is not ruling out the possibility of invoking the Insurrection Act in Minnesota, but suggested the prospect was unnecessary for the time being.
No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible.
The president weighed in on the matter during an interview with News Nation Tuesday and said he would not have any problem with invoking it if we needed it. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The House committee investigating Jeffrey Epstein has launched contempt proceedings against former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Subpoenas are not mere suggestions. They carry the force of law and require compliance. The Clintons must be held accountable for their actions, and Democrats must support these measures or they will be exposed as hypocrites.
GOP Chairman James Comer says the Clintons missed their scheduled depositions, prompting the committee to pursue potential contempt of Congress charges. Fired Navy Admiral Nancy LaCour, removed last August by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, has registered to run for Congress in South Carolina as a Democrat.
Too many politicians care more about party politics than standing up for the Constitution.
That should concern every American.
LaCour says she was removed without cause, but remains not done serving. The seat is open as Republican Nancy Mace pursues the governor's race.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Democrats are introducing legislation aimed at addressing Colorado's housing crisis.
Buying a home in Colorado is costly. Larimer County Commissioner Kristen Stevens says affordable housing is the most important issue her constituents face.
So nearly 50% of renters in my county are cost burdened, which means they pay more than 30% of their income on housing.
That's why she says she supports the first three proposals to come out of the legislative session. Democrats say they're aimed at giving local municipalities more authority on affordable housing projects and getting rid of red tape on the approval and building process. I'm Connor Shreve.
Washington State's unemployment rate is rising slowly, but new jobs are being added all the time.
Washington's economy added 9,000 jobs in December, and the unemployment rate increased a tenth to 4.7%. Over the last year, the total number of jobs in the state declined by 6,600. Leisure and hospitality added 2,900 jobs in December, followed by information and private education and health services. Professional and business services lost 2,200 jobs. I'm Brad Ford.
NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon will carry historic artifacts, including a piece of the 1903 Wright Flyer, flags from the first and final shuttle missions, and one from the canceled Apollo 18 flight. An SD card with millions of names from the Send Your Name to Space campaign will also be aboard. Launch window opens February 6th.
5, 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, I mentioned we had a couple of other industry headlines, starting with STG Logistics. a multimodal transportation and logistics provider, the latest to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy in the District of New Jersey. This part of a restructuring agreement. The Columbus, Ohio-based company said this process will eliminate 91% of their debt and create up to $150 million of new capital. STG said the court-supervised reorganization process includes certain affiliates and subsidiaries, and that key financial partners remain committed to the company. We're confident that leveraging the Chapter 11 process will best position the business for long-term growth and success. STG said this announcement marks an important milestone in our effort to strengthen amidst one of the most severe freight recessions in history. Now, they said they intend to maintain standard operations through the bankruptcy process. They have filed motions that will allow them to continue paying employees' wages and benefits, maintain all customer programs, fulfill go-forward payments and key vendors, and execute other ordinary business functions. Debtor-in-possession financing is expected to support the core business operations through this process. It was August of 2024. STG reached a settlement with owner-operators, ending their independent contractor model in California. According to the complaint, the logistics provider controlled owner-operators' operations, including the timing of their work, the work they performed, the steps required to complete it. That was a class action lawsuit, typical of misclassification claims against a number of larger carriers in recent years. Owner-operators accused STG of having a level of control that was substantially similar to what of a company-employed driver would be. That resulted in a $4.2 million payout to more than 400 former owner-operators that followed similar settlements in other states. Still, tough times in the trucking industry out there. All righty, to see if Blind Man, did we get our phone fixed yet? That would be a no. Yeah, Blind Man, if I had to guess, you've got your phone on mute. Because I know he keeps saying, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. All right, what do you say, Heatwave?
Oh, not a whole lot. I just figured being around the Albuquerque area, for those folks who have not been to or through, I just figure I'd pop off a few places where they can park if they get caught in a storm. In Moriarty, New Mexico, it's east of Albuquerque, about 45 minutes away. There is a 1-9, there is a Pilot, and there is a TA with pretty good substantial parking. Mm-hmm. There in Edgewood at exit 187, there is a super Walmart. Just follow the signs. When you go past the first red light you come to, head north on 344, there's a truck route sign that points straight ahead. Don't go in the first entrance because you won't make it successfully. Well, you'll make it, but you might tear something up. Go beyond to the truck entrance and then park on the north side of the parking lot. Now, they were talking about restricting truck parking there because of the way some folks have acted or parked or left their trash there. So please don't help them make their decision to restrict parking. And there, it's only 2.5 miles from my place, but still, it's nice to be able to know that I can park there in a semi if I were passing through. Mm-hmm. So that's at 187 in Edgewood. Then further east you go, there's a Cedillo exit at I think it's the 180 or the 181. I'm not sure of the exit number. There is a Cedillo Hill parking gas station, convenience store, and there is dirt parking in the back of the fuel islands. It's gasoline only. There's no diesel there, but at least that would be a place to park, and the store would open up at, say, 6 in the morning. And then from there on, the next major truck stop would be the TA at the Big I. So, and I think that's a pay-to-park truck stop, so y'all might want to check into that.
Mm-hmm.
On the west side of town, there is a Love's, Central Avenue, and a Trisco Vista. And then beyond that would be the Route 66 Casino and Travel Plaza. They've got truck parking over there, which is still free. There is a Love's at the 6th Street, right off the Interstate 40, but that is not a parking area. All you do is fuel and go. Now, north of Albuquerque, about 30 to 40 minutes away in the Santo Domingo, if you're coming down south or heading up north, that is a reservation truck stop. It has 3 fuel islands, and the store opens up in the morning and closes at night. I think it's called the Black Mesa Casino. So they do have truck parking there, and they do have, a restaurant and a convenience store. It's not really a whole lot of anything else. South of Albuquerque, you have Isleta Casino and Resort. They do have truck parking there on the south side of the buildings. There is a Pilot truck stop there on before you get there, if you're heading south. There's a Pilot that has a McDonald's and parking and showers. And it's all at the same exit if you get off to Isleta. It also goes to the Pilot. And then beyond that, in Belen, New Mexico, heading south, or on 25 south of Albuquerque, is a Love's truck stop. And they have pretty good amount of parking there. I think they can hold about 100 trucks. I might be off a little bit, but those are the casinos and truck stops that you can park at. And like I said, the Walmart. Other than that, you just got a mom and pop.
Guarantee you Doc Holliday knows everywhere where every one of those casinos is.
Oh, I imagine he does. Yeah. So Socorro has they don't have a truck stop there. They have a Walmart, but there is I think it's a Marathon just north of Socorro. And I mean, after that, it is just barren till you get to Las Cruces. But if you can make it to Las Cruces, you're probably pretty good. But yeah, it's just, for those that have not been through there, I know some people have been everywhere, but for some that have not, those are certain options that you have available. So I don't wish anyone to be stuck out there freezing, but at least you've got places that have food and
right.
Blankets and whatnot.
And hopefully the employees are able to actually get in there and and run the place, right? Yeah, that's going to be the problem in much of the South when this ice storm rolls in. It wasn't an ice storm. It was the blizzard of, what was it, 94? We were still residing there in northwest Georgia. Lived in Ringgold, worked at the radio station in Dalton. I'd jump on I-75 each morning down the interstate there. But the blizzard of 94, one of the few occasions in my life when I remember experiencing thunder snow. And, we were buried there, and power outages all over the place. Remember that interstates were shut down. 75 had shut down. They actually had opened up the fire department across the street from where we lived there as a shelter, and the weight of the snow actually collapsed the damn roof on the fire department. No, nobody was hurt, but it was just, that was just. I recall having the radio, trying to tune up and down the dial, with the battery-powered radio to see what's going on, get the latest. And the power outages were so widespread that it was almost an eerie feeling because you could turn the dial and it was just, there were no stations. There was, I think it was WUSY in Chattanooga that apparently had generator backup power. They were on the air. Yeah, a few other stations, but just an eerie feeling. Our station that I worked at, 98.9, I think it was 3 days before anybody could actually get to the station to set up a generator outside. And, I finally got to go back to wait. But then reading the announcements from all the, major manufacturing facilities, carpet mills that had shuttered down, the glue, just everything. Going through the proverbial laundry list of telling people don't report to work, no second shift today, we're going to try to reopen operations. And, that's the kind of things that we're going to be witnessing here with major facilities shuttering, potentially for a few days. About 17 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Plowboy joins us here on a Thursday morning.
Oh, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking the call up. Now, Heatwave was saying TA in Albuquerque. Be damn careful when you get in that one because it's off of I-25, not I-40. A lot of people think you can get off of I-40. Nope. If you try it, you'll damn near get lost. I've been there, done that, and yeah, it's not fun. And yeah, that's a TA I just always stayed out of. But now, Steve, does the Waffle Houses go on winter storm watches and warnings like they do the hurricanes?
Yeah, they actually do have that, the Waffle House index, severity index for winter weather. I mentioned that a couple of nights ago. Yeah.
Okay. I must have missed that one.
If the Waffle House is closed, you know it's bad.
Damn right. But are we saying there will be no just-in-time deliveries. There will be when in the hell it gets there over this storm, because that's the way it is looking like. Our model has actually changed. We were like 1 to 2, if any, in Kansas City area. But from what Kansas stormtroopers are putting out, I think it's 6 to 9 north of the line of Kansas City toward St. Joe, and 8 to 12 between there and the Oklahoma state line. And yeah, it's a crazy damn model. But anyway, now Eagle made a comment that just really ruffled my damn feathers, because it's twice it has happened, sir.
Oh, yeah?
Do we not have any Republican lawyers in the land of Minnesota? I'm asking this for a question. Did he not say that the ICE agents got chased out of a restaurant? Am I right or am I wrong?
That was a convenience store. Yeah, there are some restaurants refusing to serve them, and they went to a convenience store to get some snacks and drinks and whatnot, and yeah, they made them leave.
Okay, now where's Pam Bondi and all these attorneys and powers of lawyers at? The reason why I'm asking this, because you and I and all of your listeners have had the same discussion. What has happened in Colorado here a few years back? We won't take your picture because alternative lifestyle. We won't make your wedding cake because of a different lifestyle. And what the hell were they doing? They were suing the hell. They were suing them out of business. Am I right or am I wrong,
That's
Steve?
correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
So, it's just like, it's all right for our way, but not your way. Come on. Wake the hell up. Now, if it's going to be 20 below zero, actual air temperature.
Yes.
Would it not be best if they're going to get out there to protest, to call the local fire department to help support the ICE agents and just soak them bastards down? Would that be just wake up?
Instant popsicles.
You got it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll let you unthaw about 4th of July, and then we'll haul your asses to jail.
You'll be able to stand their jeans up in the corner. What do we have here? About 24 past the hour. 844-844-3388. Mentioned a little incentive being offered for those illegally in the country. Homeland Security, a new initiative encouraging illegals to voluntarily leave the country. This is a $2,600 stipend and a free flight home for those who self-deport using the Customs and Border Protection Home Act. This kind of expanded offer builds on the earlier Home for the Holidays campaign, coinciding with the president entering his second year in office. Eligible illegal aliens who register through the CBP Home app will receive the stipend upon departure, along with transportation arranged and paid for by the government. Participants may also qualify for forgiveness of certain civil fines and penalties related to failure to depart the country. Kirsty Noem said this kind of reflects the administration's push to reduce enforcement costs while accelerating removals. Since January of 25, some 2.2 million illegals have voluntarily self-deported. Tens of thousands have used, they say, the CBP Home program. To celebrate 1 year of this administration, the U.S. taxpayer is generously increasing the incentive to leave voluntarily for those in this country illegally. So this is a $2,600 exit bonus. Now, those who decline the offer, if you stick around, like so many others are finding out the hard way, you will face the enforcement option. illegals should take advantage of this gift and self-deport, because if they don't, we'll find them, we'll arrest them, and they will not have the opportunity to return again. Now, it's interesting. Homeland Security said the average cost of a single enforced deportation is in excess of $18,000. By contrast, the department estimates the cost of a self-deportation through the CBP Home app, including the stipend and the travel, is a little over $5,000. So we're talking a savings $13,000 per case, per individual. Now, she said nearly 100,000 people have used the CBP Home app, which allows you to submit departure information and coordinate travel directly with the department. More than 675,000 deportations carried out during the president's first year back in office. It was back in May of last year. They started offering initially like $1,000 and travel assistance. Now, they raised that to $3,000 for a limited time during that holiday season campaign, as they called it, Home for the Holidays. Right. All right, coming up, who we got? Pappy's on board. We might give a blind man one final try. We'll see if it works. Who else? Eagle may be back with us as well. It's 844-844-3388. Is this whole battle with California button heads with the federal government over the non-domiciled CDLs and suspending their licenses? There's actually a California representative that says, we're going to yank the driver's licenses of any ICE agents that wear masks. All while California continues to put off revoking the 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs in that state. I think this is a guy running for office. No, it's Eric Swalwell, he's looking for the gubernatorial nomination. Okay, so if he becomes governor, that explains it. More on that coming up. First, a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a long-term deal on Greenland is infinite, giving the U.S. control over mineral rights and the Golden Dome defense system.
That'll be forever.
While speaking with CNBC, Trump said the framework was reached with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and is designed to secure Greenland before Russia or China can move in. A federal judge in Portland, Oregon, has denied bail for 34-year-old Luis Nino Moncada, accused of driving towards Custom and Border Protection agents. Prosecutors say he nearly struck multiple agents before one fired, wounding him and a female passenger who faces immigration-related charges. Defense claims there's no evidence that shows intent to do harm. Wall Street closed in the green.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 588 points. The S&P 500 climbed 78 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 270 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So there he is, Eric Swalwell. Okay, now it makes sense. He's the one looking to earn the gubernatorial nomination. As part of his campaign, he's making a vow to yank the driver's licenses of any ICE agent wearing a mask in the state of California. I will take your driver's license away if you operate in our state with a mask and unidentified. If you harm a single Californian, hire the best lawyer you can afford, because I will bring you to justice. I will use every power in the state to bring you to justice. All these threats in the wake of the back and forth between the state and the federal government over those 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs in California that no longer meet federal requirements. The government instructed California to revoke those licenses by January 5th. The state decided to treat those licenses as valid until March, after which the federal government withheld close to $160 million in funding from the state. Representative Eric Swalwell's vowing to strip ICE law enforcement officers of their licenses. Disgusting. According to Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin, our officers wear masks to protect themselves from being doxxed and targeted by known and suspected terrorist sympathizers. Not only is ICE law enforcement facing a more than 1,300% increase in assaults, we've also seen thugs launching websites to reveal officers' identities. The men and women at Customs and Border Protection and ICE And all of our federal law enforcement put their lives on the line every day to arrest these violent, criminal, illegal aliens to protect and defend the American people. Make no mistake, this type of demonization is actually contributing to this surge in assaults of our law enforcement officers. California, back in September, actually passed legislation banning law enforcement from wearing masks while in operation. Homeland Security has since stated that they will not follow that law, arguing that state and local politicians cannot dictate the actions and the policies of what is federal law enforcement. So there you go. Gotta love California. Hello, Pepe.
Wonder if they're going to ban the wearing of masks for any protesters, Steve.
There you go.
Indoor rioters and anything else. I don't think Swalwell has the kahunas to take anybody's ID off that person. Let's just see how that goes for him, right? Steve, it seems to me there was a business a while back, and it wasn't nice. It was regular law enforcement. I think it was back during the old George Floyd thing, where business was refusing to serve. Some local law enforcement and the sheriff came out and said, "Oh, all right, don't call us if you need us for anything. If you're getting robbed, sorry about your luck." Yeah, at the very least, I think that's a pretty good federal lawsuit on that business. Steve, what's the world coming to? What if we can play that game, right? All you whacked out leftists out there, don't call us if you need us. Anybody that has that doesn't support the anti-American left, just don't serve them. You got a business, blue-haired lady with nose rings come in wearing a Harris hat or something like that. We can play that game if that's how they want to be. Just don't serve them. Kick them out. I think there's a lot more of us than there is of them, Steve, to be honest about it. I don't think they'll win that game. And if they really want to be stupid and start a civil war, I don't think they're going to win that game neither. What else is going on, man? What's happening?
I don't know. Is it going to be 2-4, 4-8, 18-24? Where are we at?
Man, I posted something on Facebook. I said, man, I lived through 1977 and 78, them two winters. Come on, bring it on. Steve, I forgot I was a lot younger back then. Yeah, man, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I guess maybe later on tonight we'll get a better idea on your Friday show.
Right. All the forecasters continue to say that with each passing model run, a week ago, this was going to be a southern storm, just, like from Texas to the Carolinas. And we weren't even in the mix. Every new model run, it's moving further north and further north. And they're now saying the likelihood of a southward shift is less and less likely.
I thought I saw something on the local news here. They were talking that it was going to start snowing Saturday afternoon, right? And then the moisture moving north from the south, because they're talking sleet and ice for some of them. If we get any of that sleet and ice, it's going to change the amount of snowfall. We'll go at less snow, right? If we don't get any of the sleet and ice, and it's all snow by the time it gets to us. And I think they were talking about, that's when they're talking about the big one.
Right. And it's all about the moisture to snow ratio. Like a third of an inch of rain translates, it could be like 3 to 5 inches at certain temperature. The colder it gets, when you get down to like 15 degrees, it's a really cold snow, and it stacks up. That might be 10 inches for
Well, and when you look at the temperatures they're calling for, I'm thinking, how the hell is it going to be even ice or sleet by the time it gets up to us? Temperatures being less, so I think we'll probably end up with more snow, because one guy said, no matter what happens, we're getting 3 inches at least. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, right. Well, that means it'll be 13.
Yeah. Man, Steve, I went up to Kroger's. I came back and went, damn it, I meant to grab a gas can and fill it up. So I ran out in the garage, grabbed a gas can, big 5-gallon. I'm looking for that dang on stay bill, and I'm like, oh, man, I used the last of it on the lawnmower. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow, I'm going to run up to hardware store, either Harbor Freight, Home Depot, and get some more stay bill so I can fill up that 5-gallon jug at least. Because the generator, I don't know if our power will go off. You never know. What do I say? Better be prepared. Better to have it not, right? But I got the tank in the generator. It's filled. And at one point, Steve, I had 3, 4 or 5-gallon jugs of gasoline filled up. And it got to the point where I had to use it. It was like 2 years old.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Even with the stay bill.
Even with the stay bill, it can't last forever. Yeah.
It's real good use of starting some bonfires out there over the summer. I'll tell you that. It'll work. So, all right, bud, I'll get off here so you get some more calls in here, and we'll yak at you tomorrow. Be safe, stock up, be prepared. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, Pappy. Snow Watch Central, right? President speaking at Davos this past day, as we were discussing earlier, just pretty much telling them right to their face, calling out some of these European countries and their open border policies, unlimited immigration, changing the demographics of their. You can't even recognize them anymore. Canada, calling them out right to their face. The president's economic advisor, Stephen Moore, this past day after that said President Trump is literally schooling the world leaders on sound economic policies at the World Economic Forum, telling leaders from around the globe how to improve their economies by repeating what he's doing here. He said, do what we're doing. And you know what? That's good advice. Moore said people who want to continue to focus on Greenland and Trump's desire to have the U.S. manage it, they've missed the bigger issue. Greenland, it's just a distraction from what's really going on in the world economy, which is what the president talked about today and during most of his speech, which is America is back. Chairman and co-founder of Unleash Prosperity said most world leaders are envious of what Trump's accomplished. We're by far the fastest growing major economy in the world. Europe is flatlined. Japan is not growing very much. China has really been in an economic funk. Everybody's looking at the U.S. saying, how did they do it? Trump, he explained, told them precisely the steps to take. That includes tax cuts, deregulation, free markets, moving away from this green energy detour, which has really hurt the European countries. He singled out energy policies as something Europeans are really paying dearly for their green energy push. Europeans pay twice as much for energy as we do. That's one of the reasons that we've grown so much faster than them. He went on to say that he applauds the president for presenting world leaders with a vision of prosperity. So this was actually Trump taking a couple of victory laps here. He's also lecturing the Europeans about how to get back on track, how to be a growth country. It's as simple as follow the leader. In his speech, President Trump told the forum attendees that the USA is the economic engine of the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. When America booms, the entire world booms, had he put it. Hey, let's get an NTPA update. Can you believe it won't be long? They'll be back in action.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season, and it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship polling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors pulling both days, if you're into pulling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event, saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA championship polling." Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Super stock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt, action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of polling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching polling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pullers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA Polling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapoll.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every poll, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapoll.com. Again, that website, ntpapoll.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, Do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Alrighty, hello, Rick in Columbus. Yes, indeed, round and third, headed for home. Five, 7, what do you say? Yeah, nothing new about the Democrats. Well, if you're a MAGA, I guess you don't have a voice or constitutional rights. Okay. Hello, Gary. Southwest temperature been going down, hasn't it? Feels a lot cooler outside the secret bunker than it did when we started the program. Here, let me see. One last try. Hey, blind man, we got you.
Hey, thanks, Steve. I've been monitoring what's been going on in Canada. I tune into CFRB, their news talk, and one morning they opened up the phone line, so I called in. And I said, since you hate the United States so much and bad-mouthing Trump every chance you get, don't bother coming to the States anymore. And I got into an argument with the host, and it's just incredible. But I'd just like to know what the Canadians are up to. So CFRB is their news talk station in Toronto, and I get a kick out of hearing them badmouthing the USA, but at the same time, they always come here for some medical issue or something, because when I used to walk around downtown Silver Spring, I would run into a Canadian every now and then, and she would tell me, oh, my husband's in the hospital or something like that. And I told one of them, I said, well, if your health care is so great, how come you come to the United States for medical? Oh, I don't want to wait. I said, see, that's the problem with socialized medicine.
Yes, sir, it is.
So I tune in, like I said, for maybe about half an hour to see what they're saying about us. And they have these panel discussions, and they have three people talking before the top of the hour news. It's just incredible how they seem to hate us. Meanwhile, I think Alberta is slowly but surely wanting to become part of they would like to be the 51st state, because I monitor their station too, and they're really fed up with what's going on in Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, and enjoyed hearing Grump earlier this morning, and I just wanted to give a shout out to him.
All right. Well, good to hear from you. I'm glad you figured that phone out, right? It's just one of those days. Well, of course, when you can't see, it's hard to know it. Where the hell? See, Scrapyard, who chimed in earlier, he was in the freeze and fog there. He said, once I climbed out of the river valley on 430 onto the plateau, the temp jumped from 26 to 34 here at the ATM. Let's see. Why be phony? Yes, indeed. Speaking of what the president this past day did at Davos, he said one thing President Trump did yesterday. He was unlike what anyone else would ever do. He was welcomed by the leaders of Switzerland, sat down with them for a few minutes. Then he tells the entire world, we give Switzerland $50 billion a year and we get nothing in return. I had to put my hand on my face with that fearless honesty. They get $50 billion, they give nothing to us. Yeah, there's never going to be another like him. Yeah, Donald Trump, yes. And I mean, calling him out country by country, by name. Roy checking in. Morning. So far, just a few flurries, but really getting cold here in Northwest Illinois. Bitter cold Friday, Saturday, according to the forecasters. Meanwhile, he said Canada's running into arms of the Chinese because the Dodgers beat Toronto in the baseball champion. I think you think I'm joking? They're that petty. All right, with that, we'll have to say that's it. That's all here for a Thursday morning, right? Again, once we come back at the midnight hour tonight, I think some of these forecasters and the models may have a pretty decent handle. Who is actually going to see the snow versus the ice and all the nasty mix for our weekend storm? Hope you'll join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.